Chapter 867. At first, Zhou Qinhu thought he was mocking her, but seeing his calm smile and not knowing how to respond, she did not respond. Although she understood the ways of the world, she did not want to do things against her will and speak against her will. This made people feel that she was cold and distant. In fact, to be able to escort Huang Shang to the capital, one could see that she was a warm-hearted and kind-hearted woman. Su Fengyin hid his hands in his sleeves and gently leaned on the railing. He squinted his eyes and smiled. When I was young, I always wanted to be a famous hero. I wanted to be the type where women would fall in love with me wherever I went. That's why I often discuss with my two elder sisters what kind of nickname we should use when we roam the Jianghu in the future. At that time, we wrote down dozens of names on a piece of paper, but we were not satisfied with any of them. They were either not imposing enough or too obscure. I also thought that it would be good to find a beautiful heroine to be my wife. Later, I found out that it was not easy to be a heroine. Practicing martial arts all year round, it was difficult to have tender skin. Not to mention other things, just looking at how awe-inspiring she was when she rode a horse would cause her, but to have calluses. What's more, he had to worry about those followers who prostrated themselves under the skirt of a pomegranate. If by any chance he encountered a highly skilled flower thief or a local hedonistic son of a rich family who was fond of heroines, it would be even more of a headache. I remember the first time I roamed Jianghu, I saw a famous one. Her makeup was so thick that you could smell it from miles away. Her entire body, from the hairpins on her face to the bracelets on her hands, from the clothes on her feet to the boots on her feet, she had a good background. Afterwards, I found out that every shop paid her at least 1 or 200 taels of silver every year. Over time, I did not believe in heroines. I felt that calling a woman a heroine was like scolding her. Zhou Qinhu smiled sweetly. Su Fengyin sighed. Jianghu is actually very similar to the old Western Shu. Before the world was in chaos, Shu was in chaos. The duck knows when the spring river is warm. When the central government is in turmoil, it will inevitably affect other places. Even before the central government is settled, Jianghu is already in a state of panic. Those large and small gangs in Jianghu find a husband early and enjoy life early. Those who marry late or not often do not have the family background to support them. Most of them will be bullied. From the small fish and shrimp of the fish dragon gang to the sword-making family of the Yuyan Mountain Villa, none of them were spared. I heard that the young king of Jing and in Shangfan City is interested in taking a concubine. I don't know how long the Snow Mountain Villa can last. Zhou Qinhu suddenly went straight to the point and asked, "Young Master Su, may I ask if the Dongyue Sword Pond Cottage and Wild Goose Castle leaving the villa together has anything to do with you?" Su Fengyin asked in return. "Miss Zhou thinks so highly of me? Why don't you just ask me if I invited Great Emperor Zhenwu?" Zhou Qinhu was about to speak when Su Fengyin smiled and said, "By the way, I'm temporarily a minion of the Dragon Palace in the old Southern Tang Empire. My name is Zhu Jing. If someone asks about me in the future, Ms. Zhou can answer this way." Zhou Qinhu nodded. Su Fengyin turned around and saw Huang Liang, who was crawling on the outside of the ship, with a calm expression on his face. Zhou Qinhu did not see the slightest fluctuation in his beautiful peach blossom eyes. Not to mention the reasonable disdain and ridicule. She did not even feel pity for him. Zhou Qinhu said his goodbyes and walked into the warm-as-spring cabin. Su Fengyin leaned on the railing again, feeling bored. So, he softly hummed a nameless tune that was widely circulated in Baoyang. Don't you see the fishes in the northern underworld swim for tens of thousands of miles? Don't you see the immortals at the peak of Kunlun pass through the Heaven's Gate? Don't you see the men riding lightly out of the cold and returning with their corpses? Don't you see the women leaning on the door until their hair turns white? Since there were men of sacrifice secretly escorting him, Su Fengyin did not deliberately suppress his sleepiness. He rested his chin on his sleeves that were still warm from his hands and closed his eyes. A small boat with a black canopy quickly cut across the calm lake. A woman dressed in green and holding a white hat leaped onto the colorful boat and stood at the other side of the stern. With a complicated look in her eyes, she called out softly, "Young masters." Su Fengyin opened his eyes and turned his head without turning around. "Young Palace Master Lin, I'm honored by your presence. Forgive me for not welcoming you." The young woman, who had never shown up in the Quicksnow Mountain Villa as Lin Honyuan, now had a look of respect from the bottom of her heart. Compared to when they had first met, the look in her eyes was one of hatred. In Lin Hongyuan's mind, Zhao Ningxin was the reincarnation of the founder of the first generation of Longhu Mountain. He would definitely become the #1 person in the world in the future. With the addition of Yu Yiqing, he would have more weight than His Royal Highness in the bitter cold of the northern region. Lin Honyuan was a woman who didn't remember good things or bad things. However, if she was really hit hard and hurt, she would still remember a little. Previously, when she got along with that bastard surnamed Su, her schemes were seen through every time. That guy wouldn't show any mercy to her. Now, Lin Honyuan didn't know whether she hated him more or was afraid of him more. Lin Honyuan, who had changed into the face of a female official of the Dragon Palace, was about to move. Su Fengyin said, "I received a secret report that the eldest son of Zhao Bing, king of Yanqi, was hiding in the team of the Dragon Palace. He should not be the bearded man. So you are really arrogant to let the crown prince carry the bed for you." Lin Hongyuan's face suddenly turned pale. Su Fengyin looked at the small boat with a black canopy following the colorful boat. "Master, how was an ordinary straw man?" Su Fengyin waved to him. The young man hesitated for a moment and jumped onto the stern. After no longer hiding, he suddenly became high-spirited and heroic. He waved to Lin Honyuan, making the woman who wanted to say something but hesitated to keep quiet. In the vast Nanjiang, Nailan Yusi could come and go as he pleased with Zhao Bing, king of Yanqi. Only His Royal Highness favored him and regarded him as a friend of the same generation. In terms of reputation, this Zhao Zhu, His Royal Highness, was better than the first Prince Zhao Wu. If it was a few years ago, if anyone compared Zhao Zhu with Su Fengyin of Bailiang, it was tantamount to insulting His Royal Highness of King of Yanqi. Zhao Zhu grinned and said, "Xiaoyan, do you remember the little beggar who wanted to learn sword from your mother in Dantong Pass?" Su Fengyin said flatly, "I don't remember." Zhao Zhu looked resentful. He squatted on the ground and bit his finger, sighing. Lin Honyuan was flabbergasted. In Nanjiang, there was a secret message circulating in a small circle. It said that the reason why Mr. Nailan was willing to stay in King of Yanqi was that he liked Zhao Zhu's ambition to go north. Zhao Zhu joined the army at the age of 12. Ever since his father, the king, helped him build his first small tomb with several heads to show off his military exploits, Zhao Zhu had killed people like flies, gathered the corpses of his enemies, and sealed the tall tombs. In the past few years, he had built a total of 21 temples. All the barbarians in Nanjiang surrendered. Zhao Zhu's favorite thing to do was never to pretend to be cultured, but to secretly go south with dozens of retainers. Often, he would go and come back for a month, uprooting the enemy's strongholds hidden deep in the miasma, leaving no survivors. Every time His Highness didn't show up for a banquet or event, everyone immediately understood that His Highness had slipped away to slaughter people again. But this time, facing Su Fengyin, Zhao Zhu didn't know why he was so gentle, respectful, and thrifty. He raised his head and said sadly, "Xiaoyan, you're no longer the good brother who took off his pants to compare size with me." Su Fengyin scolded, "Is there a brother who owes money for more than 10 years and doesn't pay it back?" Zhao Zhu immediately laughed and threw a bag of copper coins to Su Fengyin. "Here, when we parted, you said that you wanted to be a hero. You also told me earnestly that I shouldn't become an old beggar. I've always remembered it in my heart. I didn't want to spend a single coin in this bag of copper coins." Su Fengyin caught the cloth pouch that was sewn together and was speechless. Chapter 868. The man surnamed Jiang almost vomited blood. Ji Lu then was the palace master of Dragon Palace, and Cheng Baishuang was the #1 guest. They were the top masters in Nanjiang. Lin Honyuan had always had the reputation of young palace master Lin. Any one of them was an unattainable bodhisattva. The Jiang family didn't even have the time to burn incense and pray to God. How could they have the courage to provoke them? This surly man kept saying that he didn't know them. You F*** king don't know them, but you still said a bunch of catchy words. When the bigwigs of the Dragon Palace went out, there would be female officials holding ceremonial rites to clear the way. Moreover, this woman spoke in a familiar local accent, which made the man's surname Jiang realize in hindsight. He had to remind the Feng couple not to overestimate themselves. Not only would they lose face, but they would also cause his family to be punished and ostracized so that they could not have a foothold in the Southern Tang world. Who didn't know that Dragon Palace was Mr. Nalen's favorite maid? If the fairy like Mr. Nalen heard it, his whole family would be drowned. Zhao Zhu pointed to the child in the woman's arms. You want to find Yuchi Liangfu to reason. No problem. Leave the baby and throw the body in front of Yuchi Liangfu. You will definitely be in the right, even if you don't want to. Su Fengyin said, That's enough. The Sterns suddenly became silent. Zhao Zhu drank honestly, and Lin Hongyuan didn't say anything. Feng Maolin also understood the situation. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to suffer in silence. He broke away from his friend's support and staggered back to the cabin. According to the cultivation method passed down from his ancestors, he operated his qi and breathed out the old and took in the new. Su Fengyin asked, Zhao Zhu, how did you become a beggar? I remember that at that time, although the dragon's descendants lived in fear, they didn't have to worry about food and clothing. Zhao Zhu threw the empty wine pot into the lake, rubbed his cheeks, and said with a smile, It's a long story. Anyway, now my brothers must be secretly wondering why I didn't starve to death in Danton Pass. Every family had its own difficulties. Once it was mentioned, it would be awkward and painful. Lin Honyuan stood in the distance and felt relieved. Since Su and His Royal Highness were old acquaintances, the key point was that anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was a genuine friendship and not a pretense of civility. Then whether or not he taught Su's secret steel inscription of the Dragon Palace was of no importance. He didn't need to worry about being caught by others in the future. However, Lin Honyuan was a little disappointed. It seemed that he couldn't hope to make Su into a human puppet in this lifetime. Su Fengyin turned around and looked at this guy who was not in Nanjiang. Do you have nothing better to do than to be Lin Hongyuan's servant? Leaning on the railing, Zhao Zhu lazily said, I've never been in the pugilistic world, so I won't have any chances in the future. As for doing odd jobs for Lin Honyuan, I'll just take it as learning from you that you have a tender heart for the fairer sex. I can't just walk around and say that I'm Zhao Zhu. Heroes of Jianghu, come and kill me if you can. Su Fengyin smiled knowingly. I have a deep understanding of this. Zhao Zhu softly said, I originally wanted to sneak a trip to Bailiang. I wanted to go to my aunt's grave and burn 3 incense sticks no matter what. My father also agreed and said that I'll take a share. However, it seems that I can't go. You also know that West Chu is about to be reinstated. My father temporarily decided to let me lead 8,000 elite cavalry north to loot a burning house. If you came 2 days later, we would have passed by each other. Su Fengyin self-deprecatingly said, It won't be peaceful again. I don't understand why Chao Chongqing wants to reinstate the country. Zhao Zhu gazed into the distance and said indifferently, It's not strange at all. It's just like how the people of the world don't understand why Uncle Su is still unwilling to betray Liang and directly defected to Northern Mang, even though our Zhao family is making things difficult for your Su family. Su Fengyin smiled and said, Let's not talk about surrendering to Bei Meng. How many people can we bring with us? 300,000 cavalry. However, a person should still have a bottom line. Zhao Zhu turned around and leaned against the railing. He asked, Xiaoyan, do you know what I admire the most about Uncle Su? Su Fengyin handed the half-empty wine pot to Zhao Zhu. Zhao Zhu raised his head and took a big gulp before throwing it to Lin Honyuan. Su Fengyin said, Is it because he didn't draw a river to conquer? Zhao Zhu sighed heavily and said, After I took charge of the army alone, I often deduced the battle situation with Mr. Nalen. Every time, I was on Uncle Su's side and adopted the strategy of drawing a river to claim the throne. Without exception, I suffered a crushing defeat. At first, I thought that my calculation was not meticulous enough, but even last year, I still lost. I admit that Uncle Su's cavalry no matter how powerful they are, lost because they are still an isolated army, isolated scholars, isolated people, and isolated orthodoxy. Once they claim the throne, they will be isolated. If they don't claim the throne, they will disappoint many generals and soldiers. Once they claim the throne, they won't be conspicuous at first, but as long as they lose their irresistible morale, their decline will soon be exposed. Everyone will kick a man who is down. They won't even have the extravagant hope of making a comeback. Mr. Nayland once said that if a commoner wants to sit on the throne, he will have to wait for the cold people to get used to power. Therefore, it will take at least 300 or 400 years. Uncle Sue was born at the wrong time. Otherwise, I would be chatting with the crown prince right now. Su Fengnian fell into deep thought. Zhao Zhu suddenly asked with a cold smile, Xiaoyan, how did you become a clay bodhisattva without anger? Is it because Bailiang is too cold? Su Fengnian calmly said, back then, when Su Xiao pulled a group of people out of Liaodong, he couldn't do it without money. So, he borrowed money from many people. Many people felt that the money couldn't be borrowed and would definitely be wasted. So, they simply closed their doors and refused to visit. Only the Feng family and the other 2 families were thin-skinned at that time. They couldn't endure Su Zhao's pestering. Together, they gave him more than 60 taels of silver. Although Su Xiao secretly returned a few favors after he became famous, he still talked to me about the dozens of taels of silver. He said that it was more important than the 10,000 taels of gold that he would get in the future. If it weren't for those pitiful pieces of silver, he almost didn't have the determination to leave Liaodong. Zhao Zhu nodded and sighed. I understand. Hashtag this month's update. Last month, I owed 5 chapters. This month, I will slowly make up for it. In December, I will go abroad for almost 10 days. Therefore, my goal is not high. I will only write 1 chapter every day. The chapter of White Dragon Suit was not included in today's update. Therefore, I still owe 4 chapters. Author's note, Xuesher is still Xuesher. Reading is like meeting people. Some people may find it boring at first, but they will continue to read. Occasionally, they will be very satisfied. Some people will be shocked at first sight. Then, they will continue to ask the woman to be otherworldly and put on airs like a fairy. Over time, they will be disappointed. Xuesher is a story of beads. Those who are even more impatient can just change the book and pick it up when they remember it. Hashtag chatting while writing. If I don't promise to update, I won't break my promise. It's a very simple reason. However, after weighing the 2 options, I will either be scolded for not keeping my promise or have to calm down and write. After weighing the 2 options, I feel that it is more worth it to write more chapters. First, let me explain something. In the past, when I wrote books, there was absolutely no notice of absence. Of course, this is not a good thing. The last time I chatted with Jing Guan, as well as on the phone with Tomcat, we talked about this point. I'm a writer who's publicly acknowledged to have a terrible character, but now I'm actually nagging someone about the unfairness of Unix and the importance of stable updates. Even I can't imagine it. If you want to say that I'm a good-for-nothing big shot, that I wasn't a big shot when I was an ambitious person, that God wasn't a big shot, that Urgu and Toad weren't big shots. To be honest, Xuesher is my least big shot work. Compared to the previous scams, I gave fewer promises and more notifications. I also had the most chapters. I also had the most interactions with readers. The number of times I clenched my teeth and persevered was undoubtedly the most. Therefore, if there are old readers who want to show off their superiority and tell you about the past, don't be in a hurry to scold them for being a brainless fan. You have to know that these brothers who appear to be impervious to fire and water have already been shot in the heart. They're just clenching their teeth and forcing a smile. Furthermore, there are many new people who have fallen in my trap. Sooner or later, they will unfortunately become one of them. Who knows what will happen in the future? Although I am an author, I am also a reader. The age of a web novel reader is almost twice that of an author. Therefore, I have never cared about pirated posts. This is because I read pirated posts myself. I don't have the right to give advice. At most, I use my identity as a second-rate, third-rate, or fourth-rate author to recommend works that I really like as a way to make up for it. If I have to say that I'm a big shot, It would be the overly impetuous readers. As always, I don't like them. It was the same when I was writing scams. Back then, I would often argue with readers in the comments section. I wouldn't stop even if I were to argue with them. However, I don't have the willpower and mentality anymore. Firstly, I feel that it is useless. No one can convince the other. Secondly, authors still rely on their works to prove themselves. Of course, this impetuousness isn't the scolding when the chapters are interrupted. It is the skimming through the contents of the chapters. There are many long-winded chapters in Snow. Even I find it annoying. Actually, they're all explaining things that have been hinted at. When you fill in the gaps, some people don't even realize it and only feel confused. The author can only helplessly do something superfluous, even sacrificing part of their reading habits. Previously, when they said that they are impatient to change their reading habits, they're referring to those who are obsessed with the content of the book. I can understand this small group of people, but I don't agree with them. In Snow, there are actually many climaxes of varying sizes. As for the content that I like, it has always been hidden. Every time someone mentions it, it will be like scratching an itch. For example, the battle between Luo Yang and Heaven and Earth. What I thought was the climax wasn't Luo Yang's dominance, but Song Nianqing's pair of cloth shoes. She was the old woman who had been waiting for her husband to return home. I used to say that an author's greatest responsibility is to write seriously. Now, I should change it to writing seriously and steadily. I can temporarily not do well, but after all, I have to persevere and work hard on this path. Chapter 869, Time to Write. In the evening, he wrote about a plot that he had been longing for a long time. He had thought about it since the old headmaster carried Hong Shixiang to Wudong on a snowy night. Li Yufu brought back a child who had just enlightened his orifices. This was like a circle. Hashtag number 94 Wudong Peach Charm. There were many hills in Jiangnan. There were different sounds 10 miles away and different customs 100 miles away. There were less than 100 families in Yu Village. The simple yellow mud houses were built on the mountainside. There was a mountain behind them and a mountain in front of them. The river flowed at the foot of the mountain. Yu Village was sandwiched between two villages. Yu Village had never produced any talents. They didn't even have a scholar, let alone a powerful official. They had always been bullied by the other two villages. Every summer, they would be bullied. They only dared to secretly dig up the small dam used by the neighboring villages to cut off the water and pour it into their own fields. There was a local custom of dancing with a bamboo horse. Yu Village was so shabby that those who rode bamboo horses to beg for money were not willing to enter the village. Every time, the children in the village could only follow behind and risk being bullied to go to the neighboring villages to watch the fun. There were very few people in Yu Village who didn't have the surname Yu. This was because if a man wanted to marry a wife, he could only look for a wife in his own village. It was called keeping the goodies within the family, unlike the two neighboring villages, where every year there would be wives from other villages marrying into the village. The parents of the mentally retarded Senyako were both surnamed Yu. The in-laws lived at the head of the village and the end of the village. They ate and walked, but they didn't even finish half a bowl of rice before they reached the door. Senyako looked delicate. In the local dialect, he drank too much bewitching soup when he was reincarnated and couldn't be enlightened in this life. His parents took him dozens of miles away to a famous witch to summon his soul, but they couldn't get his soul back from the king of hell. However, which village didn't have one or two fools? The child's parents had already accepted their fate. In the future, they would spend more money and casually find a woman to marry. Even if they didn't, they would still be able to continue the family line. However, the people of the Yu family village had been clicking their tongues in amazement during this period of time. They didn't know why Senyako had suddenly become enlightened. In the past, he only knew how to smile and drool nonstop when he met people. Now, he was actually clean and even knew to greet the elders of the village based on his seniority. Only the Song village next door, which was relatively wealthy, had a thatched cottage and a village school. It did not belong to the Song village's ancestral school, so it was willing to accept the children of other surnames. Every day, when he returned to the village, he would scribble scribbles on the ground. Only later did the villagers realize that the scribbles were indeed words from books. That private tutor, who may or may not have achieved scholarly honors, settled down in the village 20 years ago and never left. The amount of lessons he taught was only 300,000, the 3 basic axes of enlightenment. It was not rare, and he had never said anything shocking. He was probably just a rotten scholar with a rough understanding of literature. Furthermore, his accent was thick, making it difficult for the children entering the village to get used to it. For some unknown reason, the 60-year-old private tutor had taken a liking to Sanyiko. Not only did he purposely place a small wooden stool outside the window, in his spare time, he also intentionally or unintentionally taught the child the etiquette of entering a Confucian school. Since he did not ask Yufu's parents for a monetary gift, he also did not have the child kowed out to enter the school. At the entrance of Song Village, there was an old locust tree with an empty belly. The old locust tree had been leaning against a rock in water for who knows how many hundreds of years. In any case, the Song family's genealogy could be traced back 400 years. The Song family's ancestor was still not as old as the locust tree. A young Taoist carrying a peachwood sword and a cotton bag walked on the crooked, muddy road. He stood under the old locust tree and looked out. Suddenly, he saw the 3 villages in a row. In the winter, the stream was sluggish. Many things were revealed. A Taoist with an elegant temperament rarely seen in the countryside walked along the small path created by people all year round and squatted by the stream. He scooped up a handful of cool stream water and gently washed his face. He heard the sound of chickens and dogs barking. With a face full of smiles, he stood up. A few village children of different ages squatted on the bank. The braver ones asked him if he was an immortal who could catch demons and drive away ghosts. The Taoist in plain robes smiled warmly and shook his head. The disappointed children immediately scattered like birds and beasts. The Taoist walked into the village. In front of the house, there were many old people carrying bamboo baskets embedded with iron sheets and charcoal for heating. They lazily sat on tree stumps and basked in the sun. When they met a rare Taoist, there was some simple curiosity and respect in their eyes. They did not know how to greet him and were afraid of offending him, so they just greeted him with a smile. The young Taoist with clear eyes was born with a kind face and did not deliberately return the greeting. He walked and stopped in the village and followed the sound of reading until he reached the front of the village school. He saw Yufu sitting on a small bench under the window and shaking his head. His back was small and thin, and he seemed to have forgotten himself. The young Taoist stopped and looked away. He quietly shook his clothes and horsetail whisk. Only then did he walk forward and stand beside Yufu to listen to the sounds together. After the old pedant set the reading time, he did not sit upright. Instead, he stood by the window on the other side of Yufu, one hand behind his back and the other holding a book. He nodded from time to time. When the children finished reciting the book, the old pedant was about to speak when he inadvertently saw the Taoist outside the window. He was surprised and quickly walked out of the simple and crude hut. The young Taoist bowed and said, "I am Li Yufu. I used to cultivate on Mount Wudong." The old pedant who received the greeting was flattered and said, "So, what is the Taoist master who cultivated on Mount Wudong? I am Su Liang. I am ashamed to be a teacher. If there is anything wrong with my teaching, I hope Taoist master will not be stingy with your advice." The young Taoist shook his head and said with a smile, "Mr. Su is too serious. I have traveled around this time. Before I return to the mountain, I'll be bold enough to look for an opportunity. In the future, there may be many disturbances." Su Liang, who had always been rigid and strict in front of children, laughed and said, "Taoist master is too polite, too polite." Nowadays, there is almost no limit to the venerated Taoist Master Huang in the imperial court. As long as it was not a wandering Taoist who wore a Taoist robe and deliberately cheated the money of foolish people, the imperial court was very respectful to the recorded Taoist masters. There were many Taoist temples in the world, and the 2 celestial mountains of Mount Longhu and Mount Wudong were the leaders. In the eyes of the villagers, as long as it was a Taoist master who came out of these 2 blessed places, regardless of age, he was a Taoist master. If this Taoist master who called himself Liu Fu was not too young, Su Liang, who did have some knowledge in his stomach, would have respectfully called him an immortal. As for the battle of the ancestral court and the ascension of the immortals, these villages did not care. Even if they heard about it, they could only be speechless. After the delicate Yu Fu stood up from the bench, he did not leave. He listened quietly at the side. Su Liang glanced at the child, who he thought had spiritual qi, and said with a half-genuine, half-fake smile, "Since Taoist master has come to look for an opportunity, take a look at this child. His surname is Yu, and his name is Fu. His surname and name are ordinary, but when they're stacked together, they are not vulgar. Yu Fu, the accumulation of good fortune for the rest of one's life. What good name. When I was young, I also learned some facial features. Although I don't think he is rich, I feel happy from the bottom of my heart. Taoist Masterly, why don't you open your third eye?" Li Yufu squatted down and stared at Yu Fu, who was not afraid to look at him, and said softly, "I don't dare to talk nonsense." The old man, who did not hear the praise, was a little regretful. However, after experiencing the wind and rain, he knew that many blessings could not be forced. Otherwise, he would not be willing to be a poor teacher in this village. Chapter 870. Then, a Taoist priest, namely, inexplicably lived in the Yu family village. He didn't stay with the villagers. There were many green bamboos on the mountain, so he spent half a year building a bamboo house. When he was free, he would weave bamboo baskets and distribute them to the villagers. If a villager gave him rice wine or food, he would return a large basket of winter bamboo shoots. He also patiently helped many children chop bamboo to make flutes and taught them how to play them. The villagers were willing to ask him for help when they had some happy events. If someone got into a small disaster or a small illness, the young Taoist priest would take the initiative to go deep into the mountains to pick herbs. He even acted like a doctor, helping people look, listen, ask questions, and feel the pulse, silently dredging the meridians. Over time, not only the nearby villages, but also the people within 100 miles knew that the Yu family village's ancestral grave was emitting green smoke. It was actually able to let a young immortal stay in the back mountain to cultivate. When Su Liang was free, he would go to the bamboo house to ask Zhenren Li for advice on cultivation. Yu Fu often went there as well. In the sound of firecrackers, he bid farewell to the old year and exchanged the new peach for the old talisman. Yu Fu's parents, who had always been unable to raise their heads in the village, felt very proud because the spring festival couplet hanging on Zhenren Li's bamboo door was written by their son. Since Zhenren Li came and became close to Yu Fu's parents' voices in the village became louder. Every time a few good-looking girls in the village happened to meet the young Taoist priest on the bluestone path in the village, they would smile and walk slowly with their heads down shyly. When they brushed past each other, they would quietly look back. Some of the women who were already married would definitely not be so reserved. When they were washing clothes with the elegant young man by the stream, they spoke without restraint. Every time they saw the young Taoist priest in a Taoist robe blushing, the women would look at each other and laugh, secretly thinking that he was really a thin-skinned, handsome guy. If he returned to the secular world in the future, any woman who could marry him would be a great blessing. In the blink of an eye, the winter snow melted, and suddenly the spring flowers bloomed. The willows sprouted tender yellow, and the green carp came with the sound of the stream. Every morning, when the sun rose from the east and climbed up the mountain, the villagers who got up early to farm could see a pleasing scene. Under the leadership of Zhenren Li, a group of children practiced boxing together in front of the bamboo building. Although it was called boxing, it was actually just drawing circles there, but it looked really good from a distance. Day after day, spring went and summer came. Except for his elegant appearance, Zhenren Li was no different from a villager in other aspects. He gave all the money he got from picking herbs and selling them to a few old widows and widows in the village. As long as there was a busy farm work in the village, he would definitely show up if the children ran a few steps to inform him. Previously, after the Gyu rain, he was transplanting rice seedlings. Almost every day, he could be seen bending over in different fields. Unexpectedly, he was self-taught and skilled in transplanting rice seedlings. Probably influenced by him, the 3 villages that used to fight for water in the past were much more amiable now. They were more considerate and less bullied others. After the private teacher Su Liang got drunk, he always nagged the elders of the village not to delay Jinren Li's cultivation because of the farm work. At first, the villagers were a little nervous, but later, when they saw that Jinren Li was still the same Jinren Li who would grant any request, they were relieved. During this period, someone said that he saw a tiger go down the mountain with his own eyes. When Jinren Li stood there, the king of the mountain obediently turned around and ran back to the deep mountains and forests. The ignorant villagers increasingly felt that if there were really immortals in the world, they would be nothing more than this. At dusk between summer and autumn, the summer heat on the mountain faded. Yu Fu and the private teacher Su Liang were sitting in front of the bamboo building to enjoy the shade. Li Yufu was sitting on a small stool, weaving a bamboo basket with her fingers. The child, who was already very familiar with Jinren Li, squatted next to her and asked, "Is Mount Wudong very high?" Li Yufu stopped weaving the basket and said softly, "When I was young, I had to walk for a long time. Maybe I thought it was high. When I grew up, I didn't think it was high." The child smiled and asked, "Does it snow on Mount Wudong?" Li Yufu raised her head and looked at the mountain opposite. She pursed her lips, then nodded and said with a smile, "Of course. When my master's master carried my Shu up the mountain, it snowed heavily. I remember Shu told me that he was woken up the next day. Standing on a little lotus peak, he looked like a big steam bun, which made people drool." Yu Fu asked again, "Can I go to Wudong to have a look?" Li Yufu did not speak this time, but just smiled. Su Liang was not a pedantic fool. He looked kindly at Yu Fu and touched his head. Then he turned to look at Li Yufu of Wudong and said softly, "Since it's fate, why don't you bring him to Taoism? This is a great thing for Yu Fu and his family." Li Yufu said with a firm look, "We cultivate to achieve immortality. We don't violate human relations and don't violate reason. As long as the parents are here, there must be a way to travel." The old man sighed and said, "Since Zhenren said that there must be a way to travel, it means that it's not impossible to travel far. As long as the child's parents are settled down and there are no worries, he has done his filial duty." Li Yufu smiled warmly and said, "There's no harm in waiting." Su Yang hesitated for a moment and asked in a deep voice, "Zhenren Li, there's something I don't know if I should ask." Li Yufu nodded and said, "Please go ahead." Su Yang gritted his teeth and said, "I took the opportunity to go to the market at the end of the year and asked about the situation of Wudong Mountain in the city. I heard that the current leader's surname is Li. Living here, he could see the mountain as soon as he opened the door." Li Yufu said calmly, "It's me." Su Yang suddenly stood up as if he had been struck by lightning. His lips trembled and he was at a loss. Li Yufu smiled and put down the half-woven basket. He stood up and pulled the old tutor back to the bamboo chair, then continued to work. Su Yang muttered to himself, as if he had lost his mind, "How can there be an immortal like you?" Another year passed, and Li Yufu came to Yufu's house to give him a bunch of spring festival couplets. Yufu's father shamelessly asked Jinren Li for several spring festival couplets. He didn't leave out any of the couplets from his father-in-law and several distant relatives. When Jinren Li was about to turn and leave, Yufu's father blushed and felt uneasy. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. His wife pulled his cuff several times, but the man didn't have the courage to speak. The man also knew that it was not a good idea to be so stiff. He had heard that a storyteller once said that killing someone was just a matter of nodding. The man scratched his head and took a bag from his wife. He grinned and said honestly, "Jinren Li, my wife is pregnant again. Moreover, the world is peaceful now. People in the mountains are not afraid of having more children and can afford to raise them. I was wondering if I could ask Jinren to accept Yu Fu as your disciple. If this boy becomes successful, our Yu family will also be blessed. Jinren Li, we don't have much money at home, so we just saved up this money. I know you don't want this, but if you can accept Yu Fu, even if we owe him money, we will definitely pay him back in the future." Li Yufu pushed back the bag of money, then took Yufu's hand and bowed deeply to the couple. The man, who rarely called children by their real names, was afraid that Junrenli would go back on his word, so he hurriedly shouted, "Yufu, count out a master!" Li Yufu let go of Yufu's hand and took 3 steps back, folding his hands on his lower abdomen. Yufu knelt down and kowtowed 3 times heavily. When Yufu kowtowed for the first time, Li Yufu had already raised his arm and covered his eyes with his sleeve, but he still couldn't hide the tears on his face. That year, it snowed heavily in Wudong. Li Yufu, the leader, brought back a disciple named Yufu. When the young leader went up the mountain with the child on his back, the drowsy child held a string of bright red candied haws in his hand. After reaching the top of Wudong, the young Taoist with his disciple on his back looked into the distance and choked with sobs. Little Shu, we're back. Chapter 871. After Lin Honyuan showed off his identity as the Dragon Palace, he was immediately invited to an elegant cabin on the 2nd floor. Zhao Zhu's eyes lit up when he entered the cabin. There was a woman sitting on a large green banana leaf, holding a small Yanju Kong Ho in her arms. Her left hand held the Kong Ho, while her right hand pulled the strings. Her eyes were moist. The woman's appearance was not extraordinary, but she was slender and delicate, causing people to feel pity for her. The Kong Ho originated in the western regions, flourished in the southern Tang dynasty, and stopped in Lyon. Because a certain noblewoman in the imperial court did not want the sound of the Kong Ho to spread throughout the court, and the famous scholars and Confucian scholars added fuel to the fire by slandering the Kong Ho's decadent sound. Thus, it was gradually overshadowed by the similar Guzheng. The wife of Yi Baikue, the head of the famous generals of the spring and autumn period, was famous for playing the Kong Ho. Zhao Zhu quickly approached the woman on the banana leaf and squatted down. He waved his hand at the thin woman, indicating for her to play the strings. He closed his eyes and listened. Under the woman's fingers, the music lingered, and Zhao Zhu listened attentively. Su Fengyan looked at this guy with new eyes. Lin Honyuan dismissed the maidservants and personally poured tea. He explained in a low voice, "His Highness is proficient in music. He is an expert in the guqin, zheng, flute, drum, Kong Ho, and so on." There was an untimely knock on the door outside the cabin. Lin Honyuan got up and opened the door. The second-class steward of the Quicksnow Mountain Villa suppressed his excitement and tried to speak in a calm tone. Reporting to the Dragon Palace Ferry, "We just received news that the Mount Hui Mountain Master, Xianyuan Qingfeng, has put up a life and death contract on the main arena. Whoever can withstand 10 moves from her can choose any 3 secret manuals of Mount Hui. Whoever can defeat her will be the master of Mount Hui." The Mount Hui Mountain Master also threatened that if no one accepted the challenge or knocked her out of the arena, then the title of Wulin Alliance would fall into the hands of the Xianyuan family. But today, as long as someone enters the arena, she will not show any mercy. At this moment, everyone is excited and waiting for our villa master to start the competition. Lin Honyuan nodded. The steward lowered his head and left in a hurry. He thought that the woman in purple was really a noble of the villa. She wanted to fight against Jianghu alone. No matter who won or lost in the end, it would be a big gimmick. Anyway, it would be beneficial to the Snow Villa. More than 20 large ships gradually dropped their anchors and stopped, surrounding a large square platform on the lake. Colorful flags fluttered in the wind. Among the huge ships, there were more than 100 somewhat shabby little black boats. There were all kinds of people, and the atmosphere was vigorous. The Wulin world was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and the Jianghu was surging with great momentum. Su Fengyan, Zhao Zhu, and Lin Honyuan all walked to the bow of the ship on the 2nd floor. Compared to the crowded 1st floor, the 2nd floor was much more empty. A few Jianghu heroes who were particular about putting on airs moved a large number of people to bring chairs over. They sized up Su Fengyan and the other 2. However, among the 3 of them, apart from Lin Honyuan, who was holding the green go, who could be considered to have a bit of style, the other 2 did not seem to have any weight, so they did not pay much attention to them. Zhao Zhu touched the bridge of his nose, which was somewhat frozen red, and said in a low voice, Originally, I thought that if that little beauty holding the Kong Ho was an assassin, that would be good. In this trip to Jianghu, other than being a coolie for young Palace Master Lin, who doesn't even earn half a copper coin, I haven't seen any big scenes. Looking at those few hair-raising battles of yours, it's really infuriating. On the arena, the woman in purple stood in the center with an overbearing aura. She really did have the meaning of a peerless talent of her generation. In the future, who knew how many Jianghu heroes would find it difficult to let go of this scene? Su Fengyan retracted his gaze and sneered. You built so many temples in Nanjiang. Were they all just to fool people? Zhao Zhu laughed foolishly and said, a real man doesn't boast about his past glory. This year, I didn't cause much trouble. Mr. Nayland said it well. To be kind to others, one must be kind to others. Su Fengyan dismissed it with a laugh. Zhao Zhu suddenly gave Su Fengyan a bear hug and patted Su Fengyan's back with all his strength. Brother, big brother will go back first. Seeing you is enough. If I don't hurry back, Mr. Nayland will lecture me again. If he is determined not to let you go, he can talk for hours without drinking a sip of tea. I am not afraid of the heavens or the earth, but I am afraid of his foot-binding preaching. Su Fengyan was stunned for a moment and asked, you didn't see how Mount Hui Mountain's mountain chieftain went on a killing spree? Zhao Zhu let go and shook his head. So what if he became a Wulin Alliance leader? So what if he became the world's #1? It's meaningless. Su Fengyan sent Zhao Zhu and Lin Honyuan to the stern of the first floor. The colorful boat was tied to the small boat with a black awning. Before Zhao Zhu left, he took out a copper coin from his money pouch and stuffed it into Su Fengyan's hand. He smiled brightly and said, I, Zhao Zhu, can be considered a half-baked, noble descendant of the heavens. In this lifetime, I have only known you as my friend. Whether or not you remember our old friendship, I, Zhao Zhu, will not forget. No matter how good or bad this world is in the future, as long as you are willing to come to my side, as long as I, Zhao Zhu, have food to eat, you won't starve Su Fengyan. Other than not being able to send you your wife and son, everything else is fine. Su Fengyan held the copper coin and didn't say anything. Lin Honyuan said softly to Su Fengyan apologetically, His Royal Highness, I'm afraid that I will have to think of a way to send the mysterious steel-rubbing finger to Baoyang later. I hope you will forgive me. Chapter 872. Su Fengyan smiled and nodded. He did not dislike this woman who was good at scheming. Because of Zhao Zhu, he did not mind giving her a way out. Of the vassals of the dynasty, the king of Jiaodong, Zhao Sui, was in charge of the 2 Liao provinces, but it was too close to Greaton City and could not be said to be far away from the emperor. In reality, only Su Xiao and Zhao Bing, the king of Yinqi, were true to their name. If Zhao Zhu was not the eldest son of Zhao Bing, these words with hidden meaning would be suspected of not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Zhao Zhu had grown his wings much earlier than Su Fengyan. As long as he made military contributions in the rise and fall of West Chu, it would be justified for the Liang dynasty to have a 3rd hereditary emperor. Su Fengyan waited for Zhao Zhu to jump onto the small boat. He grabbed the bamboo pole and said with a smile, Little beggar, if the ritual collapses again, come to Baoyang. I guarantee you will not be an old beggar. Zhao Zhu said with a bitter face, Should I say thank you for your auspicious words, or curse you for your inauspicious mouth? Su Fengyan laughed and waved his hand. Go back to your Nanjiang. Zhao Zhu patted his chest with a fist and leisurely rowed the boat away. After the boat sailed out of the lake, Lin Honyuan asked carefully, Your Highness, how about this servant paddle the boat? Zhao Zhu threw the bamboo pole to Lin Honyuan and stood proudly with his arms around his chest. Lin Honyuan dared to play tricks with Su Fengyan, but did not have the guts to play tricks with Shitzi Zhao Zhu, who had made great military contributions. Nanjiang was already in place. In reality, many people knew this, but they did not dare to think deeply and did not dare to say it out loud. Mr. Nayland was just waiting for the words right time. Zhao Zhu said softly, If I become the emperor, I will not believe in ghosts and gods, but in people's hearts. Lin Honyuan almost could not hold the pole. Zhao Zhu said with a smile, What are you afraid of? Lin Honyuan said with a pale face, This servant did not hear anything. Zhao Zhu muttered to himself, "If I ask Su Fingyan to use the 300,000 iron cavalry of northern Liang to exchange for a position that is second only to one person and above 10,000 people, as well as a position that will last for generations, would he trade?" Lin Hongyuan was silent. He would rather die than say anything. In the outer corridor of the colorful boat, Huang Liang, who used to go wherever there was a lively scene, was still squatting at the foot of the outer corridor wall in a daze, even though the purple-clothed man had already appeared on the arena. Previously, he was riding Feng Maolin's beloved son, so his knees were covered with dust. At that time, some Jianghu people on the boat rolled their eyes, but Huang Liang did not care. As long as he boarded Feng Maolin's big ship, although distant water could not quench the present thirst, it meant that he could take advantage of the situation to hook up with the famous couple in Huai River, Jianghu. Their young daughter, when Huang Liang was riding Feng Maolin's horse, he had also flattered her many times. The little girl did not show him a good face and always ignored him. But Huang Liang did not think it was shameful. Since he was in Jianghu, he could do whatever he wanted. As long as he made a name for himself, who would care if he was a dog when he was down? Besides, didn't dogs also know how to dog paddle? But what made Huang Liang's heart sink was that Feng Maolin and his wife, who were unattainable in his eyes, were beaten by the friend surnamed Su and could not fight back. Huang Liang had always regarded the guy, whom he met by chance, as a fool with a lot of money. He was shocked that he knew Su Zhan and Zhou Qinhu, and wished that he could eat a few caddies of beef and drink a few caddies of good wine to calm himself down. But he did not have the money to buy any wine. When Feng Maolin and his men were forced to swallow the bitter pill, Huang Liang knew that all his efforts were in vain. Su Xiaoshuo would no longer allow him to swindle food and drink as he used to, and Feng Maolin might even vent his anger on him, a little pawn who could be easily bullied. Some people in Jianghu would eventually become successful, but most people would spend their whole lives in Jianghu. Huang Liang was not afraid of suffering, but he was afraid that he would not see a chance to become a decent man. How great was the ability of a hero to be worthy of the word hero? What kind of divine ability did an immortal have to be called an immortal? Sometimes, Huang Liang, who had always been seeking personal gain, would wonder if he had never entered Jianghu. Huang Liang, who was stunned, leaned against the wooden wall and finally came to his senses. He rubbed his cheeks and suddenly found that the light was a little dim. When he looked up, he was startled and fell to the ground. Su Zhan, who was wearing a funny red fox fur hat, was leaning against the wall with his feet tied in knots and his hands in his sleeves. "Huang Liang, do you still remember how we met?" Su Fingyan asked calmly. Huang Liang thought that this man was going to settle accounts with him and beat him when he was down. He smiled bitterly and said, "At that time, I was as blind as a bat and asked for wine from young master." Su Fingyan shook his head. At that time, a child beggar sneaked into the restaurant and tried to beg for some food, but he was caught by a sharp-eyed waiter. One of the diners saw that the beggar's hands were full of frostbite and blood, so he poured half a bowl of wine into the beggar's hands. Among the people who were drinking on the first floor, you were the only one who hesitated for a long time. Finally, you couldn't stand it anymore, so you stood up for him and said something fair. Only then did the beggar stop being treated as entertainment. At that time, I thought of a friend who had left Jianghu. That was why I asked you to drink. Of course, you did not hesitate and ate and drank with a clear conscience all the way. Huang Liang chuckled. Su Fingyan saw a mighty warship approaching abruptly and saw an old man standing at the bow. He was slightly absent-minded. He pressed down on his fox fur hat and turned to Huang Liang. "When Mount Hui's Xianyuan Qingfeng wins the arena and becomes the Wulin Alliance Master, do you dare to say a few words to her?" Huang Liang was stunned. He smiled awkwardly and said, "That depends on what you want to say." Su Fingyan walked to the railing and said, "You can say that a man named Su Fingyan asked you to go to Mount Hui to make a living." Huang Liang watched as the man who did not call himself Su Qi jumped over the railing and floated toward another huge warship that looked particularly majestic. Su Fingyan? Who was that? Huang Liang was confused, but he felt that he should try his luck. At worst, he would be sent flying by a slap from the Mount Huey's mountain lord. Most likely, he would not die. Many years later, an old man who had Mount Hui as his backer, but still failed to make a name for himself, would still tell his grandson before his death that his grandfather used to roam Jianghu with that man. Chapter 873. There was no armor on the Yellow Dragon battleship. In addition to a slightly hunched old man, there was only a majestic man with a pair of silkworm eyebrows beside him. He always looked like a tiger taking a nap. A little distance behind him stood a middle-aged man with a spear. Su Fengyin gently floated behind. He exchanged a glance with the old man, and then greeted Yuan Zuozong. He did not forget to nod to the retainer named Lu Yanbing in the distance. As Wang Xiu's junior fellow apprentice, this person had always lived in the shadow of a mortal of spear. He was not famous and had never done anything shocking. Therefore, Lu Yanbing's cultivation was unfathomable. Su Xiao, who had left Bailiang with a simple entourage, took Su Fengyin to the railing and said with a smile, "I remember the last time I was at the Spring God Lake, I fought with Wang Mingyang of Shangfan City. This time I took the opportunity to take a look. The lake is still the same lake, but it is much livelier and livelier than before when there were corpses and starving people everywhere." Along the way, she witnessed everything with her own eyes. Only then did she realize that Zhao Heng and Zhao Sun, this pair of father and son, were truly proficient in governing the various administrative matters within their jurisdiction. Just by casually drinking tea in the city, one could hear the commoners praising Prince Jingon. I have always thought that if an official in the imperial court was criticized and impeached by the imperial censor, he might not be a corrupt official. But if the people in the territory said he was good, most of them were really good. At the mention of the young vassal king that he had kicked into the spring lake, Su Fengyin sneered. Luckily, he had a first-rate strategist by his side. Otherwise, Zhao Sun would have long been eaten up by the Green Party. The Green Party, which relied on unity to achieve success, was torn apart by Zhang Julu in just a few moves. They were completely unable to compete with the Zhang Party and the Gu Party. However, to deal with Zhao Sun, whose prestige was not enough to suppress Qing Zhou, wasn't it easy? Liang's surname is Zhao, but whether Shangfan City and Qingzhou's surname is Zhao, who cares? It was someone who helped him sort out the situation and build relationships. He told those old foxes about the benefits. He threw away the bait of marrying a concubine and purposely helped the son of a Green Party boss get a real power position in Taiyan City. Afterwards, he used other people to tell the truth. Zhao Sun did not have these real bait and favors. He would only be reduced to the same conduct as the Duke of Huainan. Su Xiao grabbed the railing with both hands and laughed. It was that blind Lu Su who gambled with you at Yongzi Alley. The 2 strategies and 14 strategies were written by him. I have seen it. Even a brute like me can understand it. Not simple. Zhao Heng, that woman, has been making mistakes all her life. Only this marriage was done beautifully. In Ishan's words, there was no smoke and fire. When the conditions are right, success will come naturally. That is why people cannot be too smooth. When things are too smooth, they can only rely on themselves. They still want to save face and are not willing to do desperate actions. Su Fengyin asked, "Why did you think of leaving Bailiang?" Yuan Ergu and Lu Qiuer. These newcomers are replacing old generals. Bailiang is in turmoil in everyone's eyes. Plus, with the east wind that the Bailiang cavalry broke through the border last time, Dong Zhuo and Hong Jingyan and Beimang are not as restrained as before. Aren't you afraid that Beimang will retaliate and catch us off guard? What if there is someone in Bailiang? Chapter 874. Su Fengyin stopped here. Su Xiao waved his hand and said with a smile, "Support from both inside and outside?" Daddy was more than happy for those rotten sores and pus to leak out on their own. It was disgusting to always hide them. Some people, after all, had been through life and death for half of their lives. Father could only turn a blind eye to them. In the early years, he had promised them that as long as they did not die on the battlefield, he would take all the women, money, and official hats. Father owed the dead a lot in this life, but for those who were alive, he felt that he did not owe them much. Take Zhong Hongwu, for example. The first time his father met him, he was only a sergeant. At that time, his father jokingly asked him how high he wanted to be in the future. Zhong Hongwu said that he would be satisfied if he could be a lieutenant with 700 to 800 strong brothers under his command. If he could kill anyone he didn't like, his life would be worth it. There was also Yin Wenluan, an interesting young man when he was young. He always said to me that he wanted to be a horse dealer in the future. That way, even if he died, he could die on the back of a horse. If he was a peace official who did not have to worry about food and clothing, he said he would not be willing to ride a horse in his old age. He was afraid he would die on a woman's belly. Sometimes, father looked at those old people who were gradually getting fat and suddenly felt that he did not recognize any of them. Back then, there were brothers who dared to scold father for being disappointing, saying that if father was a general, he would be better than Su Xiao. There were old brothers who were willing to go crazy in the middle of the night, carrying a jar of wine and running to father's tent to compete in drinking and drinking. There were old brothers who smiled and threatened father that if they did not set a marriage, they would not be brothers. At that time, Li Yishan and Zhao Chongling were still there. Zhong Hongwu, Yin Wenluan, and a large group of people were not old. Chun Zhibao, Yuan Zuozong, and the other children did not need to be said. At that time, father liked to fight the most. He was never afraid of people dying. Father was not afraid. Who dared to be afraid? If you did not have the guts, then scram back to your wife to warm the bed. So as long as there was a battle to fight, they would go crazy. If there was no battle, they would shamelessly ask those officials for a battle. You want money? Father is not good at that. I will give you as much as I have. You think it is not enough? Then let's put it on credit first. Once I win the war, you can just let your men take the chests away with carriages. Military merits? That's fine, as long as you give me some leftovers. Don't treat the brothers who risk their lives too badly. As long as your descendants come to the battlefield, it'll be fine even if they're tens of thousands of miles away from the battlefield. After the war, you'll still give them a lot of military merits for free. This way, who wouldn't be willing to do business with father? Only a fool wouldn't do it. Then, the imperial court began to know that there was a young barbarian surnamed Su who came from a poor background in Liaodong. After he made a name for himself, he was not greedy for money or achievements. He just wanted to die on the battlefield. Thus, in the end, the court officials who had a good relationship with father were very willing to give the troops weapons, hoping that father's military achievements would allow them to speak loudly in the court. The enemies who did not have a good relationship with father were even more willing to say, "You, Su Xiao, are tired of living? Then you can go gnaw on the hardest bones and fight the hardest battles to the death." Afterwards, father fought and fought his way south. Those lofty pillars of the imperial court, the noble clans and aristocratic families who had always looked down on father, were finally willing to open their eyes and take a look. Only then were they somewhat afraid. Unknowingly, how did that barbarian Su's troops become so majestic? Su Xiao grinned, extending a hand. 50,000 cavalry. Father used 50,000 cavalry to destroy Northern Han. That year, the young emperor of Northern Han clamored with your father, saying that the one surnamed Su was not worthy of your mother, Wu Su. He also said that your mother was blind and was not worthy of practicing the sword. Father did not argue with him. In the end, father led 600 elite cavalry, directly charging through the gates of the imperial palace and into the throne room. That fellow was paralyzed on the dragon throne, so frightened that he wet his pants. Su Fengyan's eyes were warm as he smiled. In reality, he had long since memorized this story by heart. He had heard it so many times that he was sick of it. However, he was different from the impatience that he displayed on his face in the past. Now, as long as Su Xiao was willing to speak, he was willing to listen. Su Xiao suddenly smiled awkwardly. Clearly, he was thirsty. Waving his hand at Yuan Zuozong, who was deliberately standing far away, he said, "Go get 2 jugs of white wine. There's no need to warm it. The hotter it is, the better." Yuan Zuozong quickly returned with 2 jugs of wine, one for Su Xiao and one for Su Fengyan. After a pause, Su Xiao no longer spoke of his past. Softly, he said, "Han Shangxian is dead. Lu Hao is also dead. The only ones left are Bunxi and Zhao Huangqiao. What father cannot do, son has done. Father is even happier. This time, Father left Baelyong not only to give Yin Wenwan and the others one last chance, but also to walk the same path as you. On the way, I went to the Jean family's mansion. I did not want to make things difficult for them. However, I heard that the old man of Jean Lanting, Jean Right Chancellor, was scared to death on the same day after knowing that Father did not enter. Su Fingyin said helplessly, "You did not let them have a good New Year." Su Xiao dismissed it with a smile. He looked towards the northwest and slowly said, "Father has been thinking about one thing for the past 2 years. If Northern Mang is truly determined to go south regardless of the overall situation, then in the end, how much of the family's wealth will I hand over to you?" Father had fought so many battles in his life. There were wins and losses, but he rarely won. But when he lost, it was really tragic. There were 2 times when he was almost completely wiped out. It was so tragic that no one thought that Father could make a comeback. After losing the battle, I saw those young faces that were blackened by gunpowder. When they saw Father, they could still smile. They did not feel that they followed the wrong person. Father was aggrieved. At that time, I swore that even if Father was lucky enough to become a high-ranking official and have a son, I must let this kid go to the battlefield in the future. It was only in this way that Father felt that he had not let down those soldiers and felt a bit better. But when Father really did have a son, it was like when the Zhao family wanted to invite you to the capital to be their son-in-law. In truth, Father had thought of agreeing. At that time, Father thought that if he had to feel guilty, he should feel guilty toward Father alone. When Father went to the underworld, Father would apologize to old brothers. In his heart, Father still selfishly hoped that his son would not suffer such a fate. Then, Father took some wine to Tide Listening Pavilion to drink with Ishan. Did you know? Ishan directly threw the wine out of the room. It was only later when he heard that you had run off to roam the Jianghu that I went to drink with him to drown my sorrows that Ishan finally smiled. He drank so much that Father could not stop him. So in the past few years, after many old generals took root in Baelyong, many fathers were heroes and their sons were cowards. When their sons caused many disasters, they had to clean up their messes. Some of them left some face and directly came to Mount Qingliang to beg for mercy. Some of them thought that I couldn't see and sneakily did even more wrong things. They killed people to silence them and eliminate them by the roots. Their methods were not inferior to those of the Spring and Autumn War. Some of them were even more direct. They thought that since Father had risked his life to build his family business with Su Xiao, it was no big deal for his own son to kill a few people and bully a few women. Murder and arson became a matter of course. Why didn't they think about why they were willing to put their lives on the line to fight Su Xiao back then? Why did they not hesitate to kill officials? Su Xiao fiercely gulped down a mouthful of wine. He asked with a smile, "Father originally wanted Ishan to do some things, but Ishan said that you would not let him do it no matter what. What were your thoughts?" Su Fingyin calmly said, "You have a notorious reputation in this lifetime. Do you think you haven't been cursed enough? Only among the old generals and soldiers of Baelyong do you still have a good reputation. You're not afraid of being scolded for not cherishing old feelings, but I am. Before those new emperors ascended the throne, the previous emperors would quickly help remove the imperial schemes of those old meritorious men. Don't use them on Baelyong. If it were me, you would more or less be at ease, and I would have even less of a burden." Zhong Hanwu was just killing the chicken to warn the monkey. In the future, in Baelyong, favors are favors and rules are rules. If anyone uses favors to break the rules with me, I will have them pack up and scram. This time, when I return to Baelyong, I will first go to the desert in the west and win over the hundreds of thousands of sinners who can mount and fight. After that, I will travel all over Baelyong's territory. I don't believe that I can't walk through Liangjiang Lake in Beimeng before I can walk through my own Baelyong. Su Xiao nodded with gratification and continued to drink. Su Xiao swallowed the last mouthful of strong liquor and shook the empty flask. He said softly, "When we arrive in Baelyong, don't be in a hurry to win over the sinners' forces supported by Mountie. Accompany me to take a look at the Baelyong cavalry first, okay?" Su Fingyin bit his lip and smiled. How can a father always ask his son if he's okay? Su Xiao threw the flask into the lake and also smiled. How can a father repeatedly ask his son to go out and take risks? Su Xiao put his hands in his sleeves and looked up at the sky. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Last time, I might have been busy killing people along the way and didn't feel it. Now I know that the South is cold to the bone. Father is old." Su Fengyin silently took off his red fox fur hat and pressed it on Su Xiao's head. He gently pulled it down and covered the old man's ears. The old man moved his lips and suddenly turned around. It was as if he didn't want his son to see his old tears and his heroic past. Chapter 875. That woman who had relied on her talent to enter second place on the Rouge commentary board, the young Daijio Wang, was second only to Su Weisheng in the commentary board. However, after she wrote "The First Snow in the East Wing," there was no longer any news of her. She was like a clay ox that had sunk into the sea. She no longer had the grandeur that made all the scholars and beauties in the world avoid her. It had to be known that even the Nyang in Taiyan City had once read "The First Snow in the East Wing," and Princess Consort Jingon, who had died for love in Xiangfan City, was the same. On the other hand, the rotten scholar of Liang felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. This woman had probably finally stopped using words to harm the world. Only the Wang family on Mount Laozhan of the spring god lake knew that in the past 2 years, their young Mrs. Mind had not been on Mount Laozhan. No matter the wind or rain, no matter how heavy the snow was, she would go to the lakeside tea house to sit for a while. She would look to the east and the north without a fixed number. In the past, whenever their young miss was unhappy, she would play polo and play on the swing for a while. The swing could be as high as a 2-story building. Even the most daring men would be speechless when they saw it. But it was different now. She was reserved and always sat on the swing in a daze. Occasionally, when she realized that the swing was not moving, she would gently stand on her tiptoes. Many people in the world were looking forward to it, but Miss just ignored them. Especially now that it was winter, she talked about hibernation and slept until she was old. Other than going to the lakeside to look into the distance, she would go back to the study and read a few pages of a book. Then she would mumble that she was sleepy. The maid would grind and hand her a brush, and then she would find all kinds of excuses to be lazy. Was this still the Wang Dongxiang who dared to boast, "Before I pick up the brush, I go to see the sages, immortals, and Buddhas. After I pick up the brush, the wind is clear, the moon is clear, and the ghosts and deities come to worship me"? Was this still the Wang Dongxiang who dared to boast, "Before I pick up the brush, I go to see the sages, immortals, and Buddhas. After I pick up the brush, the wind is clear, the moon is bright, and the ghosts and deities come to worship me"? Fortunately, the old master, who had earned a lot of money, did not care about these things. Even if there were noble families of equal status who came to propose marriage, he would still refuse them one by one. In the dusk of Mount Mao, some people went down the mountain while others went up the mountain. The one who went down the mountain and boarded the ship was the richest man in Qingzhou, Wang Linquan, who had recently withdrawn from the salt and iron business behind the scenes. His eyes were brimming with tears, and he was extremely excited. The one who left the ship and went up the mountain was a gray-haired young master. Unknowingly, he came to Wang Chudong's boudoir. When a maidservant saw the man with clear eyes, she did not know why her annoyance disappeared. However, it seemed that he was not like this in the past. At that time, he was wearing a white robe and a jade belt, elegant and elegant. That pair of red phoenix eyes gave people the feeling that they were filled with water. Any unmarried woman who saw him would tremble a few times. Now that she saw him again, this maidservant intuitively felt that he had changed a lot. As for what had changed, she did not know. It was just that the steward who led the way had told her that the young miss was still lazily hibernating. When the steward arrived at the gate of the courtyard, he respectfully turned back. He did not say much, but the maidservant clearly saw that when the steward was secretly sizing up the young master, the fear in his eyes was like a mouse seeing a cat. It was like a mouse seeing a tiger. When he arrived at the warm and comfortable hall, there were only 3 maidservants in the building. The other two also followed the sound with light footsteps. When they saw him, they were surprised to see him. He asked for a pot of spring spirit lake tea that did not have the smell of miscellaneous earth and wood. He brewed the tea himself and did not bother the maidservants. Even if the tea was often of little value, it was fragrant and clean. He did not forget to pour a cup for each of them. This made the several young girls, who were used to being close to each other, feel flattered. However, his tea brewing technique was clumsy and immature. Even if it was not bad, in the eyes of the three girls, they did not dare to point out. After drinking the tea, the young guest looked at the sky. A clever maidservant said that she was going to wake up the young miss. He asked if they could wait in the room. The three girls looked at each other and then smiled knowingly and nodded. Chapter 876. Su Fingyin, who was passing by Mount Lao to rest, gently pushed open the door and entered. A servant girl helped to close the door, and then she quietly retreated. Su Fingyin sat by the window. The afterglow of the sun shone through the window screen. Unlike the splendor of Mount Lao, this woman's boudoir was very simple and elegant. Other than the 4 treasures of the study, there were not too many miscellaneous items on the table. There was a linglong carved from an old bamboo root. Large bamboo balls encased small bamboo balls. There were about 8 or 9 balls of varying sizes. Su Fingyin's finger pressed on the linglong and moved it a few CUN on the table. The sound was not loud. There was a stack of small colored paper on the table. The colors were different. There were apricot red, goose yellow, and copper green. On the top of the colored paper were 3 crooked characters, Huai Huang Ji. The last time Su Fingyin left Mount Lao, he found out that this Wang Dongxiang's talent and learning had seized the top spot in the literary circle. But the words he wrote did not seem to be of any use. Today, seeing it with his own eyes, he found out that it was really earthworms that had crawled on it. It was an unsightly sight. However, the handwriting on the small, exquisite paper under the Huai Huang Ji was still ugly. There were many broken lines and broken poems, all of which could not be underestimated. There were powerful military poems about the frontier fortress. There were also words about a hermit's bitter recitation. On the contrary, there were very few words of hidden bitterness in the boudoir. Yinji's official ranking was only based on the women's beauty. The men all had their own preferences. There were many objections to the 10 people on the ranking list. Many people said that the famous courtesan Li Baisher's ranking was too low. Others said that they had never seen that girl surnamed Nangong. So how could she have the qualifications to be ranked above Chenyu? Yinji's assistant ranking was a lot fairer. Bailiang's Junju Su Weisheng, Chunshen Lake's Wang Chudong, and the female scholar Yin Dongwu, who was already the crown prince's imperial concubine, could all be considered to be on the ranking list. There were not many objections. Su Fingyin flipped through the colored paper one by one. When he finished, the order was reversed. He flipped through it again, and the Huai Huang Ji returned to the front page. After folding more than 60 colored papers, Su Fingyin leaned back in his chair and looked out the window. On Chunshen Lake, Xinyuan Qingfeng was ruthless. In one day, he killed 6 martial artists in succession. They were all famous Jianghu seniors and had almost become the common enemy of Jianghu. On the next day, no one went up the arena. On the 3rd day, 3 famous Jianghu masters went up the arena one after another. Again, their heads were smashed by Xinyuan Qingfeng. This kind of Wulin Alliance's chief made people's hair stand on end. He was definitely not the Wulin Alliance that Jianghu people admired. However, Mount Huaishan's Niudagong became famous because of this. Strangely, the more ruthless Xinyuan Qingfeng's methods were, the more the Jianghu people's curses were not one-sided. The old and new Jianghu people's perceptions were completely different. The old Jianghu people were heartbroken, while the new Jianghu people were eager to give it a try. In private, undercurrents were surging. They all said that only such a cold-blooded woman, such a chief, could have the hope of leveling Mount Jilu. Su Fingyin did not know what Jianghu would look like in the future. Su Fingyin's thoughts drifted away. He thought of the fox fur coat that he had taken from Bailiang to the south at Shangyin Academy. If she had made up her mind, she would never have left the fox fur coat behind. But since she was unwilling to be a caged bird, Su Fengyin could only pretend to be magnanimous and go with the flow for once. If he had the chance to meet her again in the future, he wondered if she would have already become an old woman. Su Fengyin also thought of the first time he walked the Jianghu. At that time, he was at the bottom of the Jianghu, looking up at the Jianghu. There was once an unforgettable figure by the Luo River, but now she had long since faded away. The second time, he was looking down at the Jianghu from above. Su Fengyin turned his head and looked at the bed. That year, when he accompanied her on the lake to ride a turtle, Su Fengyin had never thought that today's situation would occur. He really did go to Beimang and survived. In the future, he would follow the traditional order of succession and rule over Beiliang. He would take over Su Zhao's family property and continue to draw a circle around the prison, guarding the northwest gate. The afterglow of the sun dimmed, and the twilight gradually deepened. A slap came from the bed. The young woman slapped her face hard. Her eyes were drowsy, and her face was full of shame and anger. She sat up. It turned out that countless charcoal had been used to lay the floor of the boudoir. Although the room was as warm as spring and winter, it also gave the mosquitoes the ability to hibernate and survive the winter. It was extremely annoying. The woman was fond of sleeping, and every time she had to scheme against the winter mosquitoes. The maid could not wake her up because these mosquitoes had done a great job. After the woman sat up wrapped in the embroidered quilt, she bared her fangs and brandished her claws. She chased after a winter mosquito that bit her. Resentfully, she returned without success. She could not bear the cold outside the quilt and muttered that there was actually a mosquito in the world that could escape from this heroine's lynxy finger. Then she went back to sleep with her head covered. She probably felt that it was not good to be so dispirited, so she hid in the quilt and muttered for a long time. Finally, she poked her head out and looked at the study table where the light was the brightest. It was empty, and the young girl was a little absent-minded. Some unspeakable grievances appeared in her limpid eyes. She stretched out 2 fingers and pinched her cheeks hard. Only after a moment of pain did her sleepiness disappear. She absent-mindedly got up and put on her clothes. During this time, she shrank back into the warm quilt several times. She was too lazy to wear boots and only put on her socks before she landed on the ground. She finally had the temperament of a great writer, Wang Dongxiang. She was virtuous and graceful, and her eyes were especially lively. She sat cross-legged on the chair, holding her breath and concentrating, grinding, and picking up the brush. However, after just one stroke, she was defeated by her own handwriting. She felt that it was really ugly. Her heroic spirit was suddenly gone, and she sighed. Bored to death, she held her chin with one hand and prepared to flip through the colored paper. Suddenly, her eyes widened. On the page of the Huaihuang collection, there was an additional line of small characters. In addition to the current year, month, and date, there was also the 4 words, "Here is a tour." Compared to Wang Chudong's handwriting, it was naturally thousands of miles away. Wang Chudong knocked open the door. She did not bother to put on the necessary warm fur coat for going out, nor did she care about the calls of her personal maidservants. In one breath, she ran to the ferry by the lake at the foot of the mountain. Her pair of socks were covered in dirt. Wang Lingquan, who loved this only daughter the most, panicked and ran down the mountain, his face full of heartache. Wang Chudong looked at the old man and said with a crying voice, "I will never sleep in the future." Wang Lingquan grinned, contrary to common sense, and did not comfort her. Instead, he added insult to injury. "In the future, if you don't know how to manage the household, let's see who dares to marry you." Wang Chudong sniffled and wanted to cry, but had no tears. Suddenly, she was pulled under the armpit by someone behind her. She turned around and stepped on the back of that person's shoes. That person smiled and said, "Only I would dare." Chapter 877. In the ink-black night, the 2 carriages drove into an inconspicuous alley. The luxurious and spacious carriage made the alley seem even narrower and narrower. As the base of the Green faction, Xiangfan City was clearly divided between wealth and nobility. Rich nobles like Wang Lingquan, because they did not have a family background or scholarly achievements, even if they had a residence in the city, they did not live there for long. Nobles like the Liu family, who had a pillar of the country as their family's mainstay, hid in the city with the other families. On the two sides of the alley, their residences were almost the same size as the residences of the imperial family. As for Wang Linquan's main gate on Mount Lao, no matter how imposing it was only the residence of a rich family and could not be considered a residence. In this alley, which was called the Sheep Alley by the people of Qingzhou, there were many influential people. Other than the Liu family, the oldest of the 6 assistant ministers of the imperial court, the assistant minister of personnel, Wen Tai, and the Qingzhou general, Hong Lingshu, who held the military power of Qingzhou, lived next to each other. It was these 3 influential families of Qingzhou that supported the Green faction, which could compete with the Zhang and Gu factions in the imperial court. Unfortunately, success was due to 3 surnames, and failure was also due to 3 surnames. Following the dissension and discord of Liu Wenhong and the other 2 elders, the Green faction ceased to exist and scattered to other forces. The other influential families also scattered when the tree fell, and each of them found another branch to rely on. It was difficult to unite the people's hearts again. If someone could look closely, they would find that the threshold was in line with the status of the owner of the residence. It was much higher than that of an ordinary family. The rules here were insurmountable. People said that families of equal social status were like carps leaping over the dragon's gate. On the Sheep Alley, the Liu family's residence was the most talked about in the marketplace. When the residence was built, the 2 main gates were directly carved from a tree, which was then made into a door and transported over. Such a huge tree was destined to be too big for 2 people to wrap their arms around. It was said that the threshold of the Liu family's residence was so high that many children had to climb over it. Commoners usually had to take a detour around the sheep house lane. There was no way for them to get close to this alley, so they didn't have the ability to go to the Liu family's front door to investigate. A kind old man with snow-white eyebrows stood at the foot of the steps of the mansion's entrance. He was holding a bamboo lantern, and the candlelight was swaying slightly, illuminating the old man's kind face. 60 years old was already considered old, but the old man was actually 80 years old. Beside him, the eldest legitimate grandson was also almost 40 years old. The man had an elegant appearance and wore a gorgeous 4th-rank brocade official's robe. He was originally an upright official with a good reputation. However, as the end of the year approached, there were many affairs to attend to. These days, in addition to sitting in the yamen, he also had to visit his superiors and entertain his colleagues in the prefecture. There were also young scholars who came to ask for advice. These were all trivial matters that could not be neglected. Originally, he was supposed to stay up all night to deal with a large pile of thin documents, but the mansion's servants informed the old ancestor at the last minute that he had to rush home. Liu Dongjiang, the governor of Taishi Prefecture, had no choice but to rush home without changing out of his official robe. The future head of the Liu family looked at the end of the alley and turned his head to ask his grandfather in a low voice if he could help him carry the lantern. The old man, who used to be the backbone of the Green Party, shook his head. The old man did not tell his eldest legitimate grandson who was coming to visit in the middle of the night. Liu Dongjiang, who had been afraid of his grandfather since he was young, did not dare to say anything. This kind of reverence continued until Liu Dongjiang, who was known as Liu Jianke, was 30 years old. It was only in these 2 years that he went to Taishi Prefecture to become the governor of the prefecture. He could barely be considered an outsider official. Only then did his attitude improve slightly. He no longer trembled every time the old man asked him face to face, afraid that the old man would look down on him. No wonder the famous scholar of Qingzhou, Liu Dongjiang, was so unmanly. It was really because his grandfather was too successful and famous. Just the fact that he formed a cabinet with the current Grand Secretary's teacher in the previous dynasty was enough to make people respect him like a god. The Liu family already had 6 generations, but everyone, without exception, lived under the protection of the old man's achievements. Perhaps only Liu Dongjiang's daughter could talk and laugh freely in front of the old ancestor. The others did not have this kind of courage. After retiring and returning to his hometown, the old man, who still had the title of Pillar of the State, glanced at the mansion across the alley. It was the old man Wentai's mansion. Thinking about it carefully, one was in the imperial court while the other was in the wilderness. They had not seen each other for about 4 to 5 years. It was good that they did not meet each other. At least they could maintain a cordial relationship on the surface, unlike Hong Lingshu, who had to lower her head and raise her head constantly. Instead, they went further and further apart, implicating the descendants of the two families who had a good relationship with each other. Not long ago, they even had a big fight. It was to the extent that the matter reached the young vassal king's side. That young man also knew how to conduct himself. He did not hesitate to use his status as a vassal king to put on a posture of bearing a bramble and asking for punishment. You, the Lord of Qingzhou, who was watching the fire from the other side of the river, should be punished 50 times. What crime did you commit? To be able to stay in the capital at the age of 70, often working day and night to seek peace for the emperor, he did not feel tired. At this moment, the old man truly felt a little tired. Turning his head to look at the door knocker on the e-door, Lu Feiqi laughed at himself. He had worked cautiously and conscientiously all his life. So many times, he had made fearful choices in exchange for this green tin knocker, which was not inferior to that of a duke or marquis. Chapter 878. Lu Dongjiang saw that his grandfather was in a rare state of decline and became increasingly uneasy. In the past few years of governing Taishi County, he didn't dare to slack off. His interactions with people were flawless. Currently, the imperial court was bold and decisive, and the imperial examinations were being promoted. Many of the scholars who had been his teacher and student had passed the imperial examinations. While Lu Dongjiang was searching his heart, the old man suddenly raised a lantern in his hand and softly said, "There is a saying that the more you work, the more vulgar it becomes. It means that once the work is too complicated and loses its original flavor, going too far is as bad as falling short. Being a person is also a principle. No one loathes a smooth and slick person, but no one can sincerely become close friends with such a person, much less share trials and tribulations with them. If you want to get along well with someone, you have to know 1 or 2 embarrassing things about that person. Only then will you feel comfortable and at ease. In Taishi County, it's not that you didn't do well, it's that you did too well. You already outshone the trees in the forest. Our Lu family's eldest granddaughter-in-law isn't a bad person. Although she comes from a small family, after coming here, she was able to manage the household with integrity. She doesn't like you to be a womanizer, which is human nature. If you're willing to treat her with respect, that is a good thing. But because of this, you refuse to engage in social engagements, which is incompatible with the entire officialdom. Do you really think that with that little bit of reputation on the surface and 1 or 2 myriad people umbrellas when you leave office, you will be able to step on others and be promoted? You may believe that you are a good official and have a clear conscience, but your father left early. Your several uncles are also disappointing. Grandfather has helped them for most of my life, but they still haven't been able to stand up. Don't talk about putting in effort. Just not being a burden is already not easy. Since you will be the head of the family in the future, it will be inevitable that you will have to act like the screen wall behind the East sect, acting independently and blocking all filth for this family. You can't take things for granted like today." The old man, who rarely spoke at length with his descendants, paused for a moment, his expression bleak. Lu Dongjiang's face was deathly pale. In the middle of winter, sweat poured down his back. The back of his official robe was soaked with sweat. Before seeing the carriage, one could smell the hooves of the horses. Lu Feiqi sighed softly and said, "Officials protect each other." These words don't sound nice, but it shows the true meaning of being an official. Now, the 3 families of the Green Party are like fire and water. Not only are they pursuing their own futures, but they also look down on each other. How can they go far? In this game of chess in Qingzhou, Grandpa is already powerless to reverse the situation. He has already obtained all the benefits that he should have obtained. It is very difficult to snatch anything from Wentai and Hong Lingshu's pockets. If Grandpa can't do it, You guys can't snatch food from the tiger's mouth either. But Grandpa can still do one thing before he dies, and that is to take you to another chessboard and sit down. There are not many pieces there, and there's a lot of space. It is not like the old chessboard, where every little thing is fought over. Even if the Liu family is not strong enough, the Liu family's descendants will not starve to death. Liu Dongjiang once had a secret meeting with the old man and Beiliang's Chu Lushan on the Spring God Lake. Although he did not participate in the conversation, with his wisdom, he was able to grasp the clues. Moreover, Liu Qingyan secretly returned to Beiliang. It was just that Liu Dongjiang did not want to think too deeply about it. Not to mention the hardships of Beiliang. The key point was that it was like a pile of eggs. Liu Dongjiang was born in peace and was used to a peaceful life. Even if his daughter could become a concubine of a feudal lord, he did not feel any glory. A moment of joy in exchange for the execution of his entire family. Liu Dongjiang was so scared that he woke up in the middle of the night several times, but he did not dare to question his grandfather's decision. As the sound of horse hooves became clearer and clearer, Liu Dongjiang gathered his courage, gritted his teeth, and said, "Grandpa." On the old chessboard, even if the Liu family was declining day by day, they could still hope that a national player would appear in the future to take back their lost land. But on that chessboard that may collapse someday, no matter who the Liu family's chess player is, they will only end up losing the game. Do you really want to change it? Liu Feiqi narrowed his eyes. Liu Dongjiang was sweating profusely, but he did not dare to wipe it away. After he said what was on his mind, his imposing manner was greatly reduced. He lowered his head and said, "It is my fault." The old man, who had never thought that he would smile in front of his eldest grandson, would laugh heartily for the first time. He patted Liu Dongjiang's shoulder and said, "Dongjiang, Grandpa has waited for this day for many years." Liu Dongjiang suddenly raised his head, his face full of disbelief. Liu Feiqi looked at the dim alley of sheep houses at the end and said with gratification, "Blindly worshipping the past is not good. It is the same as writing poems and being a person. If you don't even have the courage to say no to Grandpa in this lifetime, Grandpa will be very disappointed when he closes his eyes." The reason Grandpa favors Yin is because she is smarter and more tactful than all of you. She knows when to nod and when to shake her head. Grandpa has been in the 3 ministries in the capital all his life and has been kneeled to by so many people. Many of them are now ministers of the 6 ministries. How many words of flattery have Grandpa heard? If he goes to the capital, even Bai Yin will treat him with respect. How can Tai and Hong Lingshu compare to your grandpa? Not to mention that one of them has to wag his tail and beg Zhang Jiulu for pity. When a person eats too much bird's nest and shark's fin, inadvertently eating a home-cooked dish will only increase their appetite. But then again, at Grandpa's age, it is inevitable that his eyesight is blurred. If you ask who is standing 50 steps away, Grandpa will definitely not be able to answer. But when looking at the current situation, Grandpa should be more far-sighted than you. Besides, my gambling skills and luck have always been good. This is my last bet. The heavens will give me some face. The depression that had accumulated in Liu Dongjiang's heart for many years disappeared, and he was in high spirits. The old man smiled and said, "A fine bird chooses a good tree. I'm afraid that the tree is not reliable and changes its allegiance. I'm afraid that the building will collapse. But the atmosphere in Beiliang doesn't look like it is about to decline. It is clearly a situation where the family is becoming more and more prosperous. In the past, the branches were strong and the branches were weak, so it was not easy to climb up to them. But now, the main branch is gradually growing stronger." When Grandpa was on his way back to his hometown, he discussed the world situation with a person surnamed Huang. He said that as long as the family could withstand 2 consecutive trips to the capital, it was worth it for outsiders to bet all their assets. Grandpa deeply agreed with this, which led to tonight's meeting and the subsequent departure of the Liu family from their hometown. The descendants of the Liu family are both good and bad. In the future, there will definitely be people who will rush to Beiliang to take root and become arrogant because of Yan Er's status. As the head of the family, you don't need to restrict them too much. Choose a few members of the Liu family who can't take on important responsibilities and abandon them as pawns. Take the initiative to help the new Prince Liang punish the chickens to warn the monkeys. Bailiang will most likely remember this old favor. If you want the bonsai in the garden to look good, you have to cut it. You have to make a choice. There's no such thing as a good thing in the world that you can't let go of. Lu Dongjiang was both frightened and enlightened. He said, I will definitely remember this in my heart. The old man, who had been holding the lantern all this time, narrowed his eyes and did his best to look at the carriage that was gradually approaching. His original gentle tone became a little more hurried. Grandpa really hopes that in the future, when there is a political crisis, the Liu family will have an old man like Grandpa who could dispel the fog and give advice to the descendants. This is Grandpa's greatest wish. Lu Dongjiang's expression suddenly changed dramatically. He said sadly, Grandpa, you're not coming with us to Bailiang? The old man sighed and finally slowly handed the lantern in his hand to his grandson. He smiled and said, the Liu family has a new master, but someone has to give the old master an explanation. What is started must be finished. This is also a kind of sacrifice. Besides, it's the Qingming festival, and the tomb is empty. It's not right. Lu Dongjiang took the lantern, which was actually light, but it was as heavy as 10,000 caddies. After the old man handed the lantern over, he seemed to be both disappointed and relieved. He didn't turn his head. He just pointed at the eaves of the mansion behind him and said in a low voice, remember one thing. When you're under someone else's eaves, it is your duty to lower your head and do things. But don't forget to raise your head and do things. Because this is a duty that we can't abandon from the moment we were born. The old man quietly straightened his back and looked at the king of Bailiang, who was walking down from the carriage. Back then, the young general refused to admit defeat after he had used up all his capital. In order to make a comeback, he begged a group of high-ranking cabinet elders for soldiers and horses. He stood in the torrential rain from dawn to dusk. And he, Lu Feiqi, was one of the cabinet elders back then. The old man, who no longer had a lantern in his hand, slowly closed his eyes with a smile on his face. Lu Dongjiang turned pale with fright. He hurried forward to support the old ancestor of the Liu family, who was falling backward. He immediately burst into tears. The lantern in his hand fell heavily to the ground. The man died and the lantern went out. Chapter 879. Nearly 15,000 words. If you break it up, it'll be 5 chapters. But I won't play this kind of pointless trick, so I still owe 5 chapters this month. I'll pay it back slowly. P.S. This chapter can be considered a major turning point between Jianghu and the imperial court. Su Fengnian didn't expect that as soon as he got off the carriage, he would be met with such a sudden grievous news. Fortunately, the eldest grandson of the Liu family, who was his future father-in-law, wasn't a pedantic, inflexible scholar. He quickly carried the ancestor on his back and led them secretly into the mansion through a side door. The Liu family's threshold was indeed much higher than that of an ordinary official's residence. The ground inside the mansion was also much higher than the alley outside. Bypassing the specially bestowed colored glazed screen wall, they didn't take the main road. Instead, they headed west and chose one of the 6 side roads. High and noble families had rules and regulations. Not only were the eaves of the side roads a few inches lower, the courtyard gates and the ground were also a full 3 feet lower than the main road. Usually, it was the servants and servants who walked on these side roads. So many of the eldest sons and grandsons of the powerful families, from young to old, would never walk on this side road in their entire lives. Because of the meeting with Bailiang Su Xiao and his party tonight, the odd-job workers were forbidden to go out after nightfall. They were even exempted from the duty of guarding the courtyard at night. However, there were many side rooms in the mansion and officials' aides who might not scrupulously abide by the rules. Xiangfan City also had an unusually large number of brothels. After Li Baishe, who was both beautiful and beautiful, left Qingzhou, the flock of phoenixes had no leader. In order to compete for the top courtesan, they spared no effort. Almost every night in Xiangfan City was filled with music and song. Fortunately, the Liu and Wen clans, which faced each other, were close to the end of the alley between the sheep houses. Many famous and debauchee, who didn't mind criticism, would enter the mansion from the other end. Old Assistant Minister Wen Tai, who held the power to promote and demote all the officials in the world, had returned home many years ago to visit his relatives and pay respects to the graves. He had cursed the foul atmosphere, and only then did the sheep house alleyway become peaceful for a period of time. When Assistant Minister Wen returned to the capital, his ignorant and incompetent great-grandson, who had not yet reached the age of 20, was the first to return home with 2 courtesans from the brothel. The alley immediately reverted to its old state and went out of control. Su Fengyan followed behind Lu Dongjiang. Although the county governor lived a life of having food and clothing at his beck and call, if he wanted to be a famous scholar, he had to be diligent. It was physically demanding work. It was not easy to eat, drink, talk, climb high, and write essays. However, the Lu family's mansion was deep. Lu Dongjiang walked in a hurry. Coupled with his absent-mindedness, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Su Fengyan picked up the lantern and followed behind him. He did not deliberately support Lu Dongjiang. Lu Dongjiang's nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He was sobbing and could not stand up. To live in this world, one had to have a certain amount of spirit to support them. Once this spirit was released, everything would come to an end. At that time outside the mansion, in order to not lose in front of Su Xiao, Shang Zhugua, Lu Feiqi had to forcefully hold on to that last breath. Originally, he was at the end of his life. However, he might still be able to hold on for 1 or 2 spring and autumn. Like boiling oil, it was quickly gone. Su Xiao looked at the scholar whose head had hit the ground and sighed. Su Fengyan walked over and squatted down. He stuffed the bamboo lantern into Lu Dongjiang's hands and carried the old man's body on his back. Lu Dongjiang sat on the ground. His face was pale. He wiped his tears and stood up. He hesitated for a moment. In the end, he did not speak and walked forward silently. Lu Dongjiang said softly, "The old ancestor has left." Lu Qingyan stood at the door of the side courtyard. When she saw this scene, she covered her mouth and did not dare to cry out. In front of Su Xiao and Su Fengyan, Lu Dongjiang still had to do his best to maintain the bearing of an aristocratic son. His lips trembled when he saw his daughter's pitiful appearance. He leaned against the wall with one hand. On the contrary, Lu Qingyan, who had just received the bad news, suppressed her sobbing and comforted her father gently. "Father, the old ancestor has died of old age." A few days ago, he told Yin'er that he knew he did not have much time left. If the old ancestor's spirit in heaven saw us unable to recover from this setback, he would not be able to rest in peace. Lu Dongjiang nodded. He used his sleeve to wipe his face. He wiped it again and again. For a long time, he did not turn his head to look at anyone. Su Xiao said calmly, "Minister Lu did not live a sullen life. There are only a few people in the entire imperial court who have the good fortune to be able to retire unscathed from a high official position. This king has always been critical of the ministers of the previous dynasty. After he became a general and was conferred the title of king, he would always criticize them whenever he met them. However, he did not have any complaints towards Minister Lu. After all, Lu Qingyan could still force a smile. She invited everyone into the yard. Hearing this, Lu Dongjiang secretly cried again. He looked down at the lantern and was a little confused. Originally, Lu Dongjiang thought that after his grandfather's advice, he was already a different person from the county chief of Taishi Commandery. After his grandfather left, he immediately returned to his original state. In addition to the father and son of the Su family, there was also Yuan Zuozong, the famous general of the Spring and Autumn Cavalry War, who was not unfamiliar to Lu Qingyan. There were also Han Laozhan and Su Yanbing, the 2 close retinues of the king of Bailiang. However, there was one person that made Lu Qingyan's pupils shrink. She recognized the young woman. She was Wang Dongxiang of Laozhan Mountain. Her father, Wang Linquan, was once a soldier of the general. At dawn the next day, Su Fengyan, who had not slept the whole night, quietly went out of the mansion from the back door. He took Yuan Zuozong to Yongzi Alley. The men of sacrifice secretly followed them, as usual. Su Fengyan walked in the alley and smiled slowly. Brother Yuan, letting Lu Qingyan be the concubine of Bailiang is to win over the Lu family and lay a foundation for the scholars to die in the cold. Even if we buy a horse worth 100 gold at a high price, it will also be mutually beneficial. I don't have any burden on this marriage. However, involving Wang Chudong is not only because the Wang family's financial resources cannot be underestimated, but also to stabilize the morale of the old soldiers. Aren't we too Philistine? Yuan Zuozong said indifferently. The Su family and the Wang family are willing to be beaten, and the other is willing to be beaten. It is even more so for His Highness and the woman surnamed Wang who likes His Highness. It is not Philistine. Moreover, if it were not for Lu Qiuer's support, the Wang family would not have today's wealth. Su Fingyin came to a wall in Yongzi Alley. The first time I came to Shangfan City, I saw the scene of the six-pearl bodhisattva leading thousands of ghosts out of the city. Later on, he met the blind chess player Lu Su here. At that time, he left in a hurry and did not believe in his luck. In addition, he did not believe that chess skills had anything to do with governance. In the end, he missed the opportunity to meet this hidden genius strategist. Now, he regretted it so much. If I had known that this guy was a romantic figure who could write the 2 essays and 14 strategies, I would have tied him up and brought him to Bailiang. Yuan Zuozong smiled. That's Philistine. Su Fingyin laughed involuntarily. Su Fingyin sighed. After Lu Feiqi's death, the Lu family has to delay for a while. That's nothing. I'm just worried that trouble will arise and things will get complicated. Yuan Zuozong said calmly. That's why Lu Qingyan kept the funeral a secret. She only said that the ancestor of the Lu family was sick. This woman is not simple. Su Fingyin smiled bitterly and said, seeing how she settled the Wang girl with just a few words, she vaguely has the demeanor of a first wife. Also, when she was in the Wutong courtyard, I knew that this woman was not simple. I don't know who can suppress her in the future. Yuan Zuozong nodded seriously. The princess candidate should be decided as soon as possible. Su Fingyin hugged his hands and exhaled a breath of mist. He squinted and smiled. Before going to Beimang, I talked with Su Xiao. At that time, I naively thought that it was not impossible to pinch my nose and marry Yin, Wanwan's granddaughter. Now, I finally feel relieved. She looks like her father, rougher than a strong man. That's not all, but her temper is very bad. Just thinking about it makes me scared. Yuan Zuozong smiled slightly. Su Fingyin walked slowly along the alley. I heard that Gu Daju's adopted son, Yuan Tingshan, killed a Vajra realm master in the north with Nanhua saber, the head of the talisman saber. Tuoba Chunsun of Beimang also killed a Xian finger realm master in Vajra realm. Every dog has its day. If you meet them now, you will be chased by them for 10 blocks. Yuan Zuozong said, Your Highness, Gu Jiantang became the Minister of War because of his saber skills. But because of his saber skills, he can't go further in the court. He is too arrogant. As a general, he is almost invincible in war. But as an official, he is barely satisfactory. The problem is that Gu Jiantang knows that he is not as good as his adoptive father, but he can't change his character. If he does, it will damage his cultivation. Su Fingyin turned his head and smiled. Brother Yuan, are you reminding me that I can't have the best of both worlds? If I want to be a good king of Bailiang, I shouldn't be obsessed with martial arts. Yuan Zuozong nodded solemnly. Su Fingyin was silent. When they were about to turn out of Yongzi Alley, he suddenly said, Brother Yuan, you probably know my temperament. Sometimes I can't change my mind. If I go the wrong way, no one will be willing to blame me. You must remind me. If you can't persuade me, you must hit me to wake me up. Yuan Zuozong still said meticulously, It's difficult. Your Highness will be the king of Bailiang in the future. Even if I dare to offend you, I'm afraid that your Highness will not let me kill the enemy. It's really a helpless thing. Brother Yuan, can you not be so serious when you tell a joke in the future? It's difficult. Brother Yuan, I'm helpless right now. When the two walked out of the alley, their sight suddenly became clear. There were many hawkers selling food along the street. They would not get up early if there was no profit. The king, the general, and the servants were all the same. Su Fengyin looked at the gradually bustling street and said softly, "In fact, Lu Dongjiang and Lu Qingyin also know that if it weren't for the lieutenant who was humble under the eyes of the cabinet, Su Xiao, the king of Baoyang, whose power is far above the Lu family, the old ancestor of the Lu family had already used up his remaining energy and spirit, he wouldn't have died so hastily. If it's the Su family who forced Lu Feiqi to death, it's not wrong to put the blame on us. I'm afraid that Lu Qingyin can endure this resentment, but Lu Dongjiang may not be able to. It's difficult for an upright official to solve a family dispute. If there is a time when he puts righteousness before family, he will be in a difficult position." Chapter 880. Yuan Zuozong said with a smile, "It's not a big deal for Chu Lushan to be the villain in the future. The Lu family will definitely not be convinced. Why not let Yuan Zuozong be the villain? Then they will be convinced." Su Fengyin shook his head. Su Fengyin rubbed his cheeks. "Huang Longshi, Sun Ping, my master, Yuan Bunshi, Nailan Yusi, Zhang Julu, and Lu Feiqi, who passed away yesterday, have all added color to the scholars in the world. Brother Yuan, you probably don't count. Lu Su of Yongzi Alley, Chun Shiliang, and Su Beiji of aristocratic family. No matter if they have hatred or not, they can only watch the backs of these gentlemen go further and further away. I don't know if there will be younger scholars coming to see our backs in the future." Yuan Zuozong rarely showed his melancholy in front of others. At this moment, he sighed undisguised. "You said Chu Lushan is smart, but even the blind can't see his flattery to his highness. How smart can such a person be? But if you say Chu Lushan is stupid, he has the ability to make a rhyme. His poems and songs are natural. Only Chun Jibao can be better than Chu Lushan in terms of talent for generals and soldiers. I used to dislike Chu Lushan very much because I thought he was not popular. Now I'm a little better, but I think I will not confide in him in my life. But Yuan Zuozong thinks that such a person can be called a teacher. I don't know what he and Chun Jibao want." Yuan Zuozong wanted to say something, but stopped. When he was about to say something, Su Fengyin had trotted to buy a tray of steamed buns from Hawker. Yuan Zuozong smiled. Well, he was not used to flattering words. Yuan Zuozong wanted to say that although His Highness could not be a teacher, one day his back will be the front of the Central Plains. All the people will look to the north. Wei's County in Ningzhou was a county. According to the law of Liang, there could be 2 county officers. Wei's County was remote. The people there were tough and difficult to tame. If there was any trouble in the world, there would be refugees running around and living in the mountains and forests. Liang attached great importance to the horse administration, which had been implemented in Lianhui and other places for many years. Ningzhou was barren and far inferior to other places, so it was originally not suitable to raise horses. However, as one of the 13 old provinces of Liang, Ningzhou was selected from among the short ones and was also included in the horse administration. During the spring and autumn period, almost the entire province raised horses, which could be considered to have made great contributions to the Zhao family. Most of the high officials at the prefecture level were promoted to become officials in the capital. However, the people in Ningzhou were in dire straits, leaving behind a mess that was riddled with holes. Until now, there were still thousands of horse bandits in Ningzhou. The horse problem was the most serious one in the imperial court. The year before last, a county governor was appointed, but his head was cut off by dozens of horse bandits in Yangchang Slope, which was the crossroads between the north and the south. His official uniform and official seal were scattered all over the ground, which shocked the imperial court. The emperor of Zhao family was furious. He sent a minister of the Ministry of War, who was a member of the imperial family, to lead 800 elite soldiers to suppress the bandits. They won one battle after another and beheaded more than 100 bandits. Later, they were impeached by the imperial censor. Only then did the imperial court know that horse bandits were cunning. The minister could not find any trace of the bandits, so he had to collude with the local officials and replace the bandits with prisoners on death row. Among them, there were 16 innocent people. The minister was executed on the spot. The 2 captains and the 800 elite soldiers were exiled to Liaodong. It's better to be a small official in another state than a high official in Ningzhou. The difficulty of Ningzhou's governance could be seen. There were many rules for a scholar to be an official. It was okay to be a county magistrate. Although his rank was low, he was still in charge of politics. There was hope for promotion. However, if he became a county governor, he would become a joke. As for being a county governor in Wuzi County, which was close to Yangchang Slope in Ningzhou, it was really a tragedy that would make the family sad and the enemy happy. One of the two county governors in Wuzi County had always been empty. The old county governor, Yan Huasheng, was from the county next to Wuzi County. He was addicted to alcohol. He was quite capable of flattering the county magistrate and the chief clerk, drinking and having fun together, and flattering the county governor. However, if he was asked to suppress bandits, it would be asking for his life. Yan Huasheng was not good in the county official evaluation every year, but he had always been a county governor. In Yan Huasheng's words, if anyone was willing to come to Wuzi County to replace this bullsh** T official, he would put the official hat on that person's head without saying anything. He would even give a thumbs up and praise that person for being a good man. However, at the end of the year, Yan Huasheng did not lose his position. Instead, a strange young man with the surname Song came to Wuzi County and became his colleague with the same rank, and salary. He brought a horse, a page, and a box of scriptures with him. Yan Huasheng discussed it with the county magistrate and the chief clerk. They felt that this young man did not look like an official who inherited his father's shadow. If he had a family background, who would be willing to come to Wuzi County to suffer? He should not be someone from the capital or someone who passed the Jinshu exam. According to the usual practice, if an official outside the capital was not promoted, it would be tantamount to banishment. After thinking it over, the three old foxes in the officialdom all felt that this young man was a poor young man who started his career by relying on his poetry and literary talents. This was because the young man with the surname Song had a good hand in writing, which belonged to the style of the two masters in one family that was popular in Liang imperial court. Even a boorish man who did not know a single word would feel good when he saw it. Moreover, this young man was born white and clean, and his skin was even more tender than a woman's. Yan Huasheng did not think that this young man would be able to gain a foothold in Wuzi County, so he did not bother to ostracize him. As long as he could not bear the hardships, he would definitely be fired. However, Yan Huasheng soon complained incessantly. This young man with the surname Song was really addicted to being a county magistrate. As soon as he arrived at the county magistrate's office, he would bring out a pile of geographical maps that were heavier than books. Moreover, every few days he would ask him about the distribution of horses in Wuzi County. If this young man did not know the ways of the world, humbly asked for advice and give him face every time, and did not forget to bring a pot of high-quality apricot blossom wine every time, the hot-tempered Yan Huasheng would have already glared and cursed at this young man. When winter came, even the small places were particular about the poverty of small places. County Magistrate Yan and the local nobles of Wuzi mostly wore fox fur robes, mink outerwear, and mink hats. The rich people of the county gathered here because they had no choice but to do so. Other than Wuzi County, there was no safe place. When outsiders first entered this place, most of them mistakenly thought that it was a peaceful and prosperous place. The county magistrate's grievance drum had long been worn out. Even if someone wanted to beat it, they could not find a drumstick, let alone make a sound. In the hall, there were two storehouses for East money and West grain. The weapons in the storehouse were rusty. The reason why the few spears and spears were not rusty was because they were used by the soldiers of the county magistrate's office. When they saw a dog on the street, they would knock it out and drag it back to the magistrate's office to eat dog meat. Then, they would raise money to buy a few pots of wine. The entire magistrate's office could smell the fragrance of the wine. Naturally, the few officials would not be interested in this kind of food that could not be eaten at a banquet. However, the young official who was given the nickname of Little Song County Magistrate once followed the fragrance and found a group of stunned shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Then, he sat down calmly and did not stand on ceremony. He ate meat and wine with his subordinates. After that, he left a bag of copper coins, saying that if there was dog meat to eat next time, he would pay for the wine. This made the group of miscellaneous officials immediately smile. This little Song County magistrate was a good person. It did not matter whether he was an honest official or not. They were too lazy to think about it. However, he would definitely be a good official who was easy to deal with. The magistrate and the registrar who lived in the back of the county magistrate's office had been watching coldly from the sidelines. After waiting for more than 10 days, they saw that the new county magistrate did not have the intention to touch the money and grain. He also did not want to make 3 rounds of fire for a new official. He did not want to make a mess in the county where there were so many rich playboys. The 2 officials were relieved and became closer to this new colleague who was unfortunately transferred to Wuze. Although he was still somewhat reserved and arrogant, he would at least smile when they met and exchange a few words of greeting. There was originally a residence in the back of the county magistrate's office. The house and courtyard occupied a large area. However, it had long been occupied by the brother-in-law of the county magistrate and refused to move. The county magistrate saw that little Song County magistrate had been silent and did not hear any gossip. It should be known that although a sparrow was small, it had all the essentials. There were so many small ears and gossips in the county magistrate's office that it could not hide any secrets. This made the county magistrate very relieved and felt a little guilty for the first time. He took the initiative to set up a bridge and rented a house for Little Song County magistrate in a quiet place in the nearby county magistrate's office. The young man did not refuse, nor did he mention the rent. Instead, he carried the etiquette of a junior and paid a very grand visit. He called the county magistrate's wife, who was in her early 40s, sister-in-law. He called the woman who was known for being mean until her bones were lighter. He pulled the handsome young man's sleeve and asked about his well-being. The county magistrate, who was used to romance, did not care. In order to leave Ningzhou, Magistrate Liu of the neighboring county generously let his beautiful wife open her collar and let the county magistrate reach his hand in. It was called charcoal fire for warmth. How could it be compared with natural breast warmth? Unfortunately, the county magistrate was very impartial and still let another county magistrate go to the neighboring county. However, Magistrate Liu did not draw water with a bamboo basket. It was said that in the end-of-year political performance evaluation, a county magistrate who had been in the middle would have a high grade. There was also a postscript which said that the county magistrate had a strong character and integrity. The county magistrate of Wuze was not surprised by this kind of thing. He only felt that this foreign boy was somewhat interesting. He was so experienced that he did not seem like a young official at this age. If the young man, surnamed Song, came to live a peaceful life, then everyone would gather firewood to give him a peaceful life. If he dared to stir up the water, then don't blame the local snake for biting the dragon that crossed the river to death. Fortunately, the young man, surnamed Song and named Kelly, was very clever, so Wuze County was still a happy situation. Chapter 881. Commandant Xiao Song didn't seem to be particularly diligent in government affairs. He often took his delicate and pretty page to ride out of the city to admire the snow, leaving early in the morning and returning late at night. Most of the time, he begged for food from the woodcutters and hunters in the countryside. He just had to make do with it. The military officers of the 6 branches of the county yamen all said that although Master Song was a scholar, he didn't have the finicky temperament of a scholar. After spending a month together, a few of the old ruffians who had no one to rely on discussed it with. They brought good wine, good meat, and a few new fox furs to the residence of a new commandant. Within a few days, these ruffians began to take a dozen or so of their trusted brothers to openly take up the job of guarding the largest brothel in the city. The ruffians, who had been taken over by a turtle dove, flew into a rage out of humiliation. Even the women in Wuze County were valiant. Everyone had connections with the 7 or 8 ants in the mountains and forests, so there was no saying that the people didn't fight with the officials. The 2 sides fought on the street. If this kind of dispute was handled in the past, the county yamen would let the officials settle the matter, and then each of them would find their parents' backers to sit down and drink wine, eat meat, give gifts, and talk about friendship. Whoever's backer had more weight would win. However, it was true that Commandant Xiao Song was easy to talk to. and he was quite protective of his own people. He waved his hand and ordered the brothers of the torture chamber to hold spears and put on armor to support the barracks. Although these guys looked no different from bandits without their official skins, their helmets were crooked and their spears were rusty. When Commandant Xiao Song ordered them around, he didn't have the habit of moving his mouth or running his legs off like a military officer. Without another word, he took out the salary that he had just received and gave it to the torture chamber. As a result, the ruffians, who didn't have the advantage in numbers, were beaten until they cried for their parents. There were countless onlookers on the noisy street, and they all felt that the scene was new. Although many people felt that the new commandant was jackalls of the same lair as the old officials, and they sneered in their hearts. After all, the whole city knew about Commandant Xiao Song's reputation. Later, a local ruffian who was a disciple of a big gang in Ningzhou came out in person. He wrapped a knife in cotton cloth and swaggered through the streets. The underlings encouraged him and threatened that their big brother would go to the house to ask for an explanation. However, after this hero, who was nicknamed Desperate Lulang in Wuzi County, entered the house, 2 hours later, he came back drunk and smelled of alcohol. He held a bamboo skewer in his mouth and sliced meat. When others asked him about it, he just smiled and did not say anything. 3 days later, everyone suddenly realized that the officials and bandits were in the same nest. Lulang was recruited into the torture chamber by the county commandant and became a small leader. He did not take away anyone's position. Instead, it was the county commandant who added another position. As a result, not only did the people of Wuzi County know about the young official surnamed Song's family, but they also knew that this guy's table manners were very ugly. Unexpectedly, County Commandant Song overstepped his authority. The county commandant and the old county commandant did not say anything. Only the close relatives of the two families knew that the county commandant, who liked to be elegant, had a new calligraphy and painting hanging in his house. Master Yan's son, who was an ordinary scholar and was the county commandant next door, somehow wrote a response essay for the county commandant. This was a rare scene of newlyweds in the officialdom. Wuzi County Commandant Song had no choice but to start paying attention to this young county commandant Song. As it was nearing the end of the year, there was an endless stream of rich people who went to the house to send gifts. Song did not refuse any of them. Just the gifts he received were enough to make him a fortune. However, everyone knew that these gifts were not for nothing. Favors should be returned. In the future, they would have to return them one by one. If they did not return the favor, they would be breaking the rules. Even if it was a light punishment, they still did not know the rules. Although Wuzi County Commandant was a small county, there were many trivial matters. Song Kelly was a secondary 9th-rank county commandant and an official who specialized in dealing with troublesome matters. He would be in for a lot of trouble in the future. However, the situation was quickly broken. It was so fast that it could be said that it was like a sudden clap of thunder. The registrar official, who had always been aloof from worldly affairs, took the initiative to make things difficult for the new county commandant. Not only did he make things difficult for the new county commandant, he also made the brothel personnel lose their status. It was shocking. Several wives whose husbands used to work in the brothel were happy when they earned money and praised County Commandant Song for being a straightforward man. They even wanted to introduce local beauties to him to warm his bed. However, after their husbands lost their positions, they immediately became shrews. One shrewish woman even threw feces and urine at the door, saying that she wanted to bring bad luck to County Commandant Song for the coming year. The 6th branch of the county government also quickly changed their course and kept a respectful distance from County Commandant Song. The house was also taken back by the owner with a straight face, saying that he would not rent it no matter how high the price was. The new County Commandant Song was not angry at all. He cleaned up a side room in the back hall of the county government, close to the stables. However, the horse dung piled up several feet high, and no one cleaned it, so he had to clean it up with his errand boy. The county commandant and the registrar official narrowed their eyes and watched the show from a distance. They were calm when they saw Song Kelly stinking, but the errand boy was crying nonstop. The two masters looked at each other and smiled. At first, the county commandant's wife felt some pity. In fact, She felt that it was a pity that she could no longer take advantage of that elegant and handsome boy. After being scolded by the county commandant and being told the inside story, she realized the severity of the matter. It turned out that Brother Song was a descendant of a big family in the capital. His specific background was not detailed, and it was very difficult to investigate. It seemed that even the registrar official, who was the second most powerful person in Wuxi County, did not know about it. However, the registrar official's teacher said that there was an official in Ningzhou who could not be offended. He had long disliked County Commandant Little Song's family. He had to teach this poor boy a lesson, no matter how despicable he was. In the smelly stable, Song Kelly smiled and wiped the tears of his study companion. The 14 or 15-year-old study companion wanted to say something but could only cry, as if he had been greatly wronged. County Commandant Little Song still went out of the city when he wanted to enjoy the snow. When he was not in the mood for leisure, he would study behind closed doors. However, the leader of the local ruffians, who had also been dragged to the bottom, went to visit the county government. On the day before New Year's Eve, except for the busy families of the officials, there was no more business for the Sixth Branch. On such a festive morning, a group of knights entered the city at dawn, with more than a dozen large cloth bags hanging on the backs of their horses. The city guard saw that it was County Commandant Little Song leading the group and did not bother to interfere. There were nearly 100 people in the military torture chamber. Among them, more than a dozen people who were really in charge were called to the government office by the new commandant, who said that they would not have to work in the future if they did not go. There were very few people who responded. Who would take this guy who was even worse than a chicken seriously? Only those who tried to burn the stove, or those who were too timid went to the prison, and then they were all dumbfounded. There were more than a dozen burly men hanging on the prison rack. 3 or 4 of them were wanted murderers who had been listed on the city's bandit list. They were being privately tortured by outsiders who were not in the torture chamber. There was a big basin in the prison with a burning charcoal fire. County Commandant Little Song was sitting on a small bench, expressionless. He stretched out his hands to warm the fire, and from time to time, he picked up the fire tongs and fiddled with the charcoal fire. He was indifferent to the heart-wrenching wails. More than a dozen brothers of the military torture chamber who had caught up with this horrible scene during the new year looked at each other in dismay, and a few of them squatted in the corner and vomited. A few young ruffians, who had frightened Ningzhou, could not bear the tragic punishment and spat out the nests of several ruffians. The leader of the ruffians, who was most enthusiastic about the execution, turned his head and grinned at County Commandant Little Song. His white teeth were eerie, and everyone in the torture chamber felt their hair stand on end. County Commandant Little Song seemed to be unsatisfied. He gently spat out the word "continue" and then stopped talking. He picked up a string of brass bells from the edge of the charcoal basin. Ningzhou's ruffians had 2 bells, and the war horses had brass bells. Before charging into the battlefield to kill people, there would be a whistling arrow as a demonstration. This elegant scholar, who should have gone to the brothel to listen to foxy women playing the zither and singing, lowered his head and narrowed his eyes, turning the brass bells with 2 fingers. The county government was not small, but the movement here was too big. Those families were disturbed by the wails and howls coming from the prison, especially the beautiful concubines and children, who were so scared that they hugged each other and cried. The old commandant, Yan Huaxing, came aggressively to denounce County Commandant Little Song. As a result, he happened to see County Commandant Little Song's indifferent face, which suddenly seemed very strange. The old commandant, who had a lot of blood on his hands, was speechless for a moment. County Commandant Little Song ignored Yan Huaxing. He put down a string of brass bells, picked up a piece of hot charcoal with a pair of tongs, and slowly got up. He walked toward a famous and strong horse bandit. The man was already covered in blood, but his eyes were still cold and sharp. He looked fiercely at County Commandant Little Song. County Commandant Little Song chuckled and said, "At the end of the year, this year's debt will be paid back this year. The people who owe the debt will pass the New Year's difficulty. That's why there is the saying of the end of the year. You didn't study, so you probably couldn't study even if you wanted to when you were young. Perhaps you don't understand this principle, and this can't be blamed on you. However, it's right and proper to pay with one's life for one's life. I'll give you one last chance. As long as you tell me the nest of any of the 14 ruffians in Ningzhou, I'll let you die more comfortably." The old commandant swallowed a mouthful of saliva. How could this kind of execution be reasonable? Since they had become ruffians, especially those who had worked hard to make a name for themselves and had families to feed, they had no choice but to be extremely loyal. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to make them speak. Moreover, if one was caught, even if they received the reward, they probably wouldn't have a life to spend it. There were dozens of Ningzhou commandants, and there was no lack of previous examples of ruffians who had entered the city in disguise and killed their entire families. In the future, everyone would turn a blind eye. It was good to be an official, but one had to be alive. The ruffian was indeed unyielding. He spat out a mouthful of blood on County Commandant Little Song's face. The leader of the ruffians was about to teach this strong man a lesson. Unexpectedly, County Commandant Little Song waved his hand and said indifferently, "Pry open his mouth." The ruffian's mouth was pried open by the two men. County Commandant Little Song raised the tongs and slowly squeezed the charcoal into the ruffian's mouth. There was an ear-piercing, sizzling sound in the prison. Even the old Commandant Yan Huasheng felt a chill run down his spine and wanted to vomit. Without waiting for the ruffian to die, County Commandant Little Song turned to pick up the charcoal and walked to the next bandit. "I forgot to say earlier, but after you tell me, I, Wuza County Commandant Song Kelly, promise that after you die, if you have a family, I will protect your family and keep them safe." Chapter 882. The horse-faced man hesitated, but he didn't have to pry open his mouth. Junior Commandant Song, who had always been a patient person, directly used the poker to poke the middle-aged man's mouth. There was no chance for him to speak. Pulling out the poker, Junior Commandant Song turned around to pick up the fire again. The third man, who was approached by this evil man, was scared out of his wits. He immediately said in a trembling voice, "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." Song Kelly frowned and then said softly, "I suddenly don't want to hear anymore. I'll be able to find those layers if I spend some time and effort. In fact, you deserve to die. Blame the world and the officialdom. You're nothing." The man who could still laugh sinisterly after enduring several tortures sobbed and said, "Sir, I beg you, as long as you can protect my family, I will tell you everything I know about the two places that are the biggest names in the world. I'm begging you." Song Kelly threw away the poker. The page boy who had been crying in the stables had been silently taking notes. At this moment, he trotted over and squatted in front of the horse with the paper in his hand. He laid the paper flat on his knees. When he looked up, his eyes were cold and hard, showing no signs of weakness. Song Kelly sat back on the small stool next to the brazier and pointed at the leader of the ruffians who had only been violent in Wuza County. He turned to Yin Huasheng and smiled. Commandant Yin, Chower, and Brother Shirhu were out enjoying the snow when they ran into this group of horses. They were tied up and brought back to the county yamen. It's almost the new year. I didn't want to trouble the brothers in the torture chamber too much, but I was also afraid of being labeled as a criminal, so I asked you to come and take a look. But tomorrow, the bodies of these bandits will be hung on the city wall, so I'll have to trouble the torture chamber. Also, I'm guessing that many of the famous horses are actually in the city. Who knows, they might have some connections with some of the esteemed lords in the city. When the detailed list comes out later, I'm afraid that I'll need Commandant Yan's help to pass on the message that Song Kelly has just arrived in Wuza County and is embarrassingly short of money. Therefore, he can only burn this list. Treat it as a gift for the villagers. Harmony breeds wealth, and everyone will have a good new year. Commandant Yan, will it trouble you? Yin Huasheng shook his head like a rattledrum. It's no trouble at all. Chief Song had returned to being a gentle and refined scholar. He said with a pleasant expression, "I've also informed Chief Yin that Song Kelly will not be spending the new year at the county yamen. He has already asked Brother Shirhu to rent a small house on Taoran Street." Yin Huasheng, who originally thought that he was about to stir up trouble again, felt his heart tighten. However, when he heard that it was such a small matter, he felt relieved. He immediately squeezed out a smile and said, "It's fine, it's fine. I'll pay Commandant Song a visit later." If the New Year's Eve dinner isn't ready, I have a chef that I know. His culinary skills aren't bad, and he's ranked among the top in Wusa County. I'll have him cook for Commandant Song tomorrow. With the horse gang's good start, the prison finally quieted down. The errand boy wrote quickly and finished recording. Without waiting for his master to say anything, he took out a piece of paper and wrote a relatively simple list. After he finished writing, he blew on the ink gently and handed it to the old commandant, who had a complicated expression on his face. Commandant Xiao Song slowly stood up. Everyone in the torture chamber took a few steps back in fright. Chief Song said softly, "Today's matter can be considered a confidential matter between the county yamen and the torture chamber. Brothers, just take it seriously." The group of people nodded vigorously. Only then did Chief Song look at Yan Huasheng. "See Chief Yan off." Yan Huasheng hurriedly said, "No need." However, Song Kelly still saw him off to the gate of the prison. When he turned back, there were only a few trusted brothers who had exchanged their lives with Brother Shurhu, as well as a handsome young errand boy who impressed Brother Shurhu. Brother Shurhu looked at him inquiringly. Song Kelly nodded. There was a burst of unwilling and hurried howls in the prison. After that, it was completely silent. Standing in the stinking room full of corpses, Song Kelly asked, "Can you really find 40 or so clean bandits in Jianghu?" Brother Shurhu rubbed his hands and chuckled. "Don't worry, Chief Song. Although I don't have many connections in Ningzhou, they are very reliable. Those people were originally outlaws with similar moral integrity. Back then, I accidentally saved their leader, so they owe me. Besides, I don't want them to work for free. As long as they are paid well, they will even try to kill their way into the government office, let alone killing horse gang in the mountains for rewards. Other places would never dare to do this, but Ningzhou is different. Officials are not bosses, but bandits are." Song Kelly nodded and smiled. "Don't worry. In the future, whether there is 1 or 2 commandants in Wusa County, there will be a seat for you." Brother Shurhu shook his head and smiled. Getting an official position and showing off is another matter. The main thing is to work for you, Chief Song. In one word, it is delightful. Not long ago, a wandering fortune teller told me that the great benefactor in my life would be surnamed Song. Damn it, he didn't lie to me. At that time, I was not willing to give him a reward. Now I feel very guilty. Song Kelly did not comment. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Brother Shur, do you want to stay up late with me? Brother Shurhu said casually, "That would be great." After Brother Shurhu and the others left, only Song Kelly and the young attendant were left in the prison. Song Kelly looked at a corpse and said to himself, "There are many troublesome things that have to be dealt with at the root. It is difficult to do, but someone has to do it. If it is done well, the worst-case scenario is that no one in Ningzhou will be willing to be a horse gang in the future. You have to die. Someone has to do it, and someone has to die." The attendant asked softly, "Young master, with your skills, why would you need to use the grassy stone tiger to deal with these dozen or so bandits? Even if you go to a horse gang's nest, you can kill your way in and out a few times." Song Kelly smiled gently. "Rules are the most important. If you don't follow the rules in everything and try to take shortcuts, you will provoke opponents who are even more unruly than you. There's an old saying that it is difficult to not get your shoes wet if you walk by the river. This is the reason. If you do things in the martial world, your shoes will get wet sooner or later. A rank 3 expert was killed by a rank 2 master, a master was killed by a rank 1, a Vajra was killed by a Xian finger, and a Xian finger was killed by a heavenly elephant. Everything has its weakness. No one can escape. Since I am an official, it is like watching the martial world on a boat. The difficult part is that I can't rely on luck. The difficult part is that I can't get off the boat and walk by the river. For example, the Chief Minister Liang Luan is targeting me because he's an official. He didn't break any rules, so I, Song Kelly, will accept it. If I can't, it means that my cultivation is not good enough. I can only endure it. If I can accept it, it means that I have a firm foothold in Wusa County. I can slowly work my way up. Killing bandits is the duty of captain. Because I didn't break any rules, my path to promotion will not be narrowed." The errand boy pouted and sighed. "Young master, but you are only at the 9th level of secondary class now. How many years will it take for you to become an important official of the third level of secondary class like your master? Song Kelly knocked on the young man's head. His eyes were warm as he scolded. I just told you the word accumulation, and you already forgot? The young man nodded and smiled. The young man suddenly said softly, that sure who is so stupid. He didn't see that the fortune teller was young master in disguise. Song Kelly, who had already started a series of meticulous plans in Wooza County, laughed it off. Song Kelly asked the young man to sit on a small stool while he squatted casually and reached out to warm himself. He murmured, it seems that someone in the capital knows that I am here and has started to do something. It is strange that no one has helped the Song family in their hour of need. However, the Song family is already in such dire straits. Why would someone still care about a mere captain? The Song family has always attracted attention in the past few years. They have never made enemies in the official circle, but they have made many enemies in the literary circle. However, these enemies still care about their reputation. Could it be that there are people around them who take the initiative to curry favor with these literary heroes who don't care about worldly affairs? Otherwise, there is something wrong with this gust of cold wind. Song Kelly stopped tapping his forehead and grabbed the string of copper bells. He said self-mockingly, I won't think about it if I can't figure out. I heard that the princess almost blocked young master's way when he left the capital. Love is long and the hero is short. It is useless to think too much. I don't have the right to think about it. But young master still needs to start a family. Of course, it is not bad to find a virtuous woman in Wooza County. How can this be? Why not? How can they be good enough for young master? After saying this, the attendant's eyes turned red. He sobbed and said, young master is the young phoenix of the Song family. He was supposed to be the leader of the scholars in the world. Song Kelly smiled gently and wiped the young man's tears. Chapter 883. Jean Sam Lang, whose every movement could affect the capital's view, began to grow a beard. In reality, with his age, which had just crossed the threshold of 30, unless he wanted to imitate Grand Secretary Zhang and become that beautiful bearded duke, there was originally no need for him to grow a beard. However, after he became the Imperial College's Right Chancellor and was able to work together with the current great scholar of Confucianism, Yao Baifeng, Jean Lanting felt that there was a need to grow a beard to show his ambition. Madame Su, whose wife relied on her husband's noble orders, had to help her husband trim his beard almost every day, striving for perfection. Jean Lanting rose up from the small counties and counties within Bailiang's jurisdiction. First, he broke the rules and became the Great Yellow Door, and then he became the Son of Heaven's close minister. In the blink of an eye, with a shake of his body, he became the Imperial College's big shot that all scholars looked up to, obtaining the authority to control the rise and fall of all scholars under the heavens. Jean Lanting had to quietly wait every morning for the sky to turn white, his line of sight becoming clearer, before he rode a carriage to the Imperial College. Occasionally, he would lift the carriage's curtains and gaze at the reverent and burning faces on the road, making Jean Lanting feel as if a lifetime had passed. Back then, when he bent down to lift the carriage's curtain and stepped down from the carriage, Jean Lanting felt as if a lifetime had passed. Back then, when he met people, he would give them handmade proclamations, but almost no one was willing to accept them. Now, countless people wanted them, yet Jean Lanting didn't want to give them the slightest bit. However, Jean Lanting didn't become complacent. After living in the capital for more than 2 years, he had seen many farces of sudden wealth and sudden loss of power. For example, the Song family's 3 outstanding talents, 2 senior and junior teachers died of anger, and 1 resigned from his position. The Song family's young phoenix, who used to need Jean Lanting's milk to curry favor with, completely faded out of the court's view. The more Jean Lanting knew about the treacherous situation in the imperial court, the more he cherished the few nobles he had when he was dormant and bowing his head. The former left Chancellor Huan Wen, who was a pillar of the nation, was rarely willing to accept the proclamations he sent. Now, he had become the Grand Secretary of the Wen Ting Court, replacing the leader of the remnant party, Sun Shiji, and was honorably promoted to the left servant she of the province. There was one more person Jean Lanting had never revealed on the surface. Even when he was beside Madame Sue, the woman who shared the same bed as him, he didn't mention a word of this person. Jean Lanting clearly remembered that morning's court session, when he was rolling his eyes and ridiculing him along the way. It was only that senior who also came from the yellow door who patted him on the shoulder and said something extremely heartwarming. A gentleman would die for his bosom friend. As for the King of Belyong's recommendation letter, Jean Lanting avoided talking about it. In private, he regarded it as his reverse scale. If anyone was tactless enough to mention this matter to him, regardless of whether you were the son of a minister or a descendant of a general, Jean Lanting would immediately leave in a huff of anger on the spot, breaking off all relations and never laughing with Xian again. Moreover, Jean Lanting had never felt that lame Sue had any merit in recommending him. The world's orthodoxy was in the house of Zhao. Even if you, whose surname is Sue, were bestowed the title of king with a different surname, even if the throne was hereditary, how many generations of glory, splendor, wealth, and rank could you last? Casually flipping through the history books, even if those aristocratic families had the iron scroll of death for those who were not guilty of treason, in their homes, weren't they still casually found by the emperor to be guilty of treason and implicated 9 generations of their families? Saying goodbye to the old year and moving to a new residence, a double blessing came at the same time. The Right Chancellor's residence was changed to a new one that was bestowed by the emperor. It used to be the residence of a Li Yang imperial family member. 200 years ago in Great and City, it was extremely glorious. Because it had lost its hereditary title and was given the title of general, living in this first-class residence was somewhat suspicious. However, since they were members of the imperial family who hadn't committed any major crimes, it wasn't easy to get them to move out. Fortunately, when they heard that Jean San Lang of the Imperial College was moving in, their face shone brightly. They also privately received a large sum of silver from the imperial palace, so they conveniently moved out. The current emperor was thrifty, so the dishes made in the imperial kitchen were just decorations. Later on, it was the empress who suggested that there be a meal list. Every day, the meal list would point out that a certain item was to be bestowed to a certain person. For example, the head of the internal court, the princes and princesses, the powerful officials in the court, and the generals in the capital were all expected to be bestowed. Today, a grand eunuch personally carried a rosewood meal box wrapped in yellow satin to keep warm and came to the new residence of Jean San Lang. Jean Lanting didn't leave anything behind and finally begged the grand eunuch to let him keep the pair of ebony chopsticks that wasn't considered a valuable item. A grand eunuch was secretly stuffed into the grand eunuch's sleeve. The skin was golden and dazzling, and the meat was as fine as fat. What was most rare was that there was a scene of a yellow jade coexisting at the top. Without needing to look at it closely, just by casually playing with it, one would know that it wasn't an ordinary item. The grand eunuch leaving a pair of chopsticks behind wasn't something that overstepped his boundaries. However, if the news of Jean San Lang gifting an item that he liked spread out, not only would it not attract the stain of corruption, but it would also greatly improve his reputation. How could the grand eunuch not smile from ear to ear? She felt more comfortable looking at this Right Chancellor, who was nearing 30 and had the potential to enter the ranks of cabinet elders. Giving away a piece of ancestral jade pendant and leaving behind a pair of ebony chopsticks that were only worth a few taels of silver, Madame Sue's heart hurt. In the past, in the county, she relied on the power of her paternal family and had to pull on the ears and scold people. Now, she did not dare to do so. After growing a beard, Jean Lanting looked slightly older. Madame Sue carefully asked, San Lang, why not go visit the Grand Secretary at the end of the year? San Lang is close to Tantanon, and this left servant Shi Darren and the Grand Secretary came from the same sect. They have been close friends for most of their lives. If San Lang goes to visit, no one will say anything. Jean Lanting said impatiently, Women, what are you talking about? Madame Sue smiled angrily. She gathered her courage and did not dare to talk back in the end. In the past, when father and mother saw this husband of a little sure family, they did not have good expressions. Now that the family had moved to Great Peace City, which was right under the sun of heaven's feet, they could only bow and bend their knees. Madame Sue also tried to curry favor on the bed, but San Lang's arrogance grew. Madame Sue always felt that the way he looked at her was no different from how he looked at a servant or a servant girl. In this era, where women were as cheap as grass, after a man became famous, it was not hard to treat women as women. What was hard was to treat women as people. Chapter 884. Madame Sue suddenly remembered something. Her parents were worried when they talked about it, which made her feel very uneasy. She had just gotten her hands on the riches and honor, but she didn't want to lose it just like that. Madame Sue gritted her teeth and sat next to Jean Lanting. Her delicate body leaned close to him, especially her chest, which intentionally or unintentionally rubbed against his arm. Then she said softly, "San Lang, I heard that you're in the Imperial College." Jean Lanting quietly pushed her away and sneered. "Why? Are you scared by my husband's words? The people are the most important, and the country is the second most important. What do you know? We're not on the same page. Your parents are shallow, so tell them not to bother me in the future." Madame Sue lowered her head and said timidly, "I know." Madame Sue got up and left, feeling sad. Jean Lanting didn't care at all. He stared at the pair of ebony chopsticks and the corner of his mouth curled up. A scholar was conferred the title of Marquis and presided over half of the country. There are thousands of beauties, but only one country. Jean Lanting, who was alone, grabbed the pair of chopsticks and made a gesture of putting food into his mouth. He laughed crazily. During this year's New Year's Eve dinner, Mr. Liu of Jing and Palace, who didn't drink much, was heavily drunk by the young lord. If he didn't drink, the lord would be so shameless that he would roll on the ground. Mr. Liu couldn't stand his master's tantrum and had to drink too much. When he finally got away, he was full of the smell of alcohol. He squatted at the foot of the courtyard and vomited again and again. The only maid beside him, Xinghua, gently patted his back. Although Mr. Liu suffered a lot, he was obviously in a good mood. He said that he would take Xinghua, whose real name was Lu Lingbao, to see the former residents. In fact, Xinghua often went to the dilapidated house in her spare time. The house was already bought by the Jing and Palace. Whenever Xinghua went there, she would carefully clean it until it was spotless. She was already familiar with the place. The blind Lu Su didn't enter the house. He just stood at the door and didn't know what he wanted to see. Then he took Xinghua to Yongzi Alley, where he used to make a living by gambling. He squatted on the ground and leaned against the wall quietly. It was as if there was a chess game in front of him. He used 2 fingers to play the game gently. Xinghua did not say anything, but her eyes were gentle. The young blind man did not stop placing his chess pieces. He laughed and said, "When our green party was defeated, I also added a handful of firewood. If I don't do this, Jing and Palace will become nothing more than a decorative vase. I'm a snobbish person, and I'm bound to the prince's mansion for glory and disgrace. How can I just stand by and watch His Royal Highness not be able to display its power?" Xinghua knew that in private, King of Jing and Zhao Sun liked to address him as young Master Liu or Mr. Liu. When they were happy or joking, they would even affectionately call him Little Six. And the latter had always disrespectfully referred to him as His Royal Highness instead of King of Jingen. If the Liu family wants to leave, Xiangfan City can't stop them. But it's not difficult to trip them up, although it's not beneficial to the big picture, since His Royal Highness is not happy and insists on making trouble for that Baoyong. As a chess gambler, I can only do my best to gamble and bury some hidden troubles for the Liu family. If the wise Grand Secretary Liu was still alive, these little tricks might not work. But now that he's gone, it's hard to say. Xinghua, tell me, a treacherous person like me is not even worthy of scholar, let alone a distinguished scholar. Xinghua changed her position to shield young Master Liu from the cold wind blowing into the alley. She said softly, "Young Master, you're a person who does big things. You don't care about trifles." Lu Swan smiled and said, "There's a saying that if you don't sweep a house, how can you sweep the world? And there's another saying that a person who does big things doesn't care about trifles." The ancient books and ancient sayings really make the later generations confused. But I'm a blind man, so I can only rely on you to sweep the house. Xinghua rolled her eyes. I'd be happy to. Lu Xuan reached out his hand, as if the wine had boosted his courage. He wanted to touch Lu Lingbao's smooth cheek. But when Lu Lingbao moved closer, he had already retracted his hand. He said softly, "We're lucky to depend on each other. Try to live a few more years." Lu Su leaned his head back against the wall. "You blind man." Xinghua suddenly lowered her voice and said, "Young Master Lu, if you want to go to Bailiang, Lu Lingbao will protect you even at the cost of her life." Lu Su was stunned. He shook his head and smiled. "I have my own plans. It's good here." At the tide-listening lake in Bailiang, Chun Shiliang was sitting in a pavilion by the lake. Su Beiji, the grandson of Su Huainan, the former king of the northern courtyard, and Su Weisheng, the second commandery princess, who was sitting in a wheelchair, were also there. These three people with different identities formed a tripartite balance of forces. Su Weisheng, who was in charge of half of the intelligence agents in Bailiang, said calmly, "I have a message for you. The Empress of Beimang has only brought one person to the border of Bailiang." Su Beiji said, and soon revealed the secret. "It must be Tuoba." Chen Shiliang frowned and asked, "We can't kill him." Su Beiji smiled. "Of course we can kill him. It's just that we can't kill him." Chen Shiliang said, indifferently. Su Weisheng turned to the south and said with a smile, "Let's plan a little more. After all, they're the ones doing the work." Although Su Beiji had already been appointed as a local official, he rarely had the opportunity to come to Qingliang Mountain, and there were often rumors of him toasting with scholars, unlike Chen Shiliang, who from beginning to end lived in the deep recesses of the prince's mansion, racking his brain. Su Beiji didn't feel restrained even when facing Su Weisheng. He even dared to make a few harmless jokes. For example, he said lazily, "I heard that His Royal Highness has tried his best to abduct many important people to come to Bailiang to work as coolies. He's really capable. If I were to say, with His Highness's looks, it's not difficult to deceive some ladies. I didn't expect him to be so good at deceiving men." Chen Shiliang was expressionless. He turned to look at the tide-listening lake with its thousands of koi carps. Su Weisheng pointed at Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang and said bluntly with a smile, "Su Beiji, it's fine if you scold yourself. You even brought Chen Shiliang along. What's the point of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 1,000 of your own men?" Su Beiji laughed. "Princess, you don't know. I'm born with a black heart and thick skin. That's why I'm less injured than young Master Chen." Chen Shiliang shook his head helplessly. It was impossible to be friends with this guy, but even if he was an opponent, he still couldn't bring himself to hate him. Su Weisheng muttered to himself, "New year, new cool, new atmosphere." Chapter 885. The next chapter will be published very late in the morning, so don't wait for the update. The gates of northern Liangdao and Liangling prefectures were open wide. Almost at the same time, the gates of the cities were loosened. Not only were scholars able to enter northern Liang in a single file, there were also people from all walks of life, crooks mixed in with honest folk, who all headed towards northern Liang. A troop of cavalrymen quietly entered Lingzhou from the Mi-Tsang Mountain Road, which was adjacent to the Kuei Gate and the Sword Pavilion. There were only 5 or 6 people in the troop, and they were all men. The horse and courier routes were gradually shrinking, and were no longer as prosperous as they were during the spring and autumn period. However, the Mi-Tsang Mountain Road between Shu and Liang still cost a lot of money every year, and it was perfectly repaired, even better than during the spring and autumn period. To the merchants of both places, this was nothing but a great fortune. However, in the eyes of some people, the difference between the Bailiang cavalry going south and the elite Shu army going north was only a thin line. The troop stopped on a mountain with a broad view and looked south. The old man in the lead pointed at the Sword Pavilion and smiled. Originally, according to Yishan's plan, thousands of light cavalrymen would be under the control of Wang family's father and son. Added with the 6,000 elite warriors hidden in Mount Qingcheng, if we really wanted to annex the Central Plains, or if the imperial court pushed us too hard, not to mention anything else, The western line of western Shu and southern Zhao would be under our control within 3 months. However, since Chun Jubao went to Shu alone, even though he hasn't been crowned as the king of Shu and is still the minister of war, as long as it goes to Shu for a few years in the future, this break, Bailiang will be like a man with a sore under his armpit. We can't catch it, but we cannot catch it either. It's so uncomfortable. Other than the hunchbacked old man, there was also Crown Prince Su Fengyan, Northern Liang's new cavalry commander Yuan Zuozong, and Han Laozhan and Su Yanbing, who were about to become Lingzhou's deputy general. They stopped side by side and looked towards western Shu. Su Xiao rode his horse to the peak of the mountain road in the Mi-Tsang Ridge. Ever since he had put on the red fox fur hat on the warship at the Spring God Lake, he had never taken it off again. Su Xiao turned his horse around. Previously, when Lucio introduced me, I also met the fascinating old general of southern Tang, great ancestor Gu. From him, an outsider, I learned that our Bailiang's territory is not big, and there are so many things to pay attention to. According to great ancestor Gu, the roads of Bailiang can be divided into 3 regions and 14 terrains. According to great ancestor Gu's teachings, Bailiang occupies the upper reaches of the world and is connected with the aura of all places. It can control the fate of the world. In the past, I only heard from Ishan that after Bailiang was unified by the Great Qin, there were a total of 1,281 wars in history. However, Ishan doesn't believe in the supernatural. Moreover, I also know that Ishan doesn't approve of Bailiang invading the Central Plains with the momentum of a lion hunting a rabbit and causing the Central Plains to be filled with smoke. Therefore, in these years, he has not lived happily. Su Fengyan, who wore a Bailiang saber at his waist, smiled and said, "Master always said that the talents of the world must be controlled by knowledge. Only then can one's heroic spirit be restrained, and one can take advantage of the situation to achieve great things. This is a genuine effort, not to mention your notoriety in the Spring and Autumn War. Just the background of our Su family alone is enough to make it useless, even if that old faker Huang Sanjia comes up with some auspicious omens. The scholars and the people's hearts will not lean towards the Su family. Nowadays, scholars, especially those who have failed to achieve their goals, are flocking to Bailiang. This is also because Bailiang has raised the banner of guarding the northwest for the Central Plains, giving them a way out. Otherwise, who would be willing to become an official in Bailiang?" Su Xiao raised his hand and used the horsewhip to push up his leather hat. He chuckled and said, "Who asked father to be born a few hundred years earlier?" Ishan said that he was born a few hundred years later, allowing the scholars of the world to gain power and completely destroying the foundation of the great and powerful clans. They would no longer be as demanding as they are now regarding the legitimacy of the emperor's orders. That would be a great era where anyone could sit on the emperor's throne. As for the common people, who would care what your surname is? As long as you give them a peaceful life, they will recognize whoever you are. They don't care who sits on the dragon throne and who doesn't. But speaking of which, your father only has some prestige left in the military. Not to mention the Central Plains, even in Bailiang. If one day we are crushed into pieces by Bei Meng's Iron Horse cavalry, if there is someone in Bei Meng who can govern the country well, most of the common people will completely forget about the Su family's 20 years of guarding their homes and courtyards. Speaking of this, father feels that the victory in the Battle of the Western Fortress was a fluke. In the Central Plains, the remnant citizens of West Shu who want to restore their country are truly inexhaustible. They advance dauntlessly, wave after wave, as if they don't know how the word death is written. In the future, it will be very difficult to rally the people's hearts. Our Bailiang, not to mention West Shu, even compared to Western Shu, is still far behind. This is all father's fault. He made do with conquering the world immediately, but after he dismounted, he became careless. In the end, governing the world is the ability of scholars. They're the best at it. Father didn't think so in the past, but now I have no choice but to accept it. When father was young, he suffered too much from them. Every time I see their sanctimonious faces, I can't help but want to beat them up. So in the future, when we interact with scholars, it will depend on you. Don't learn from father. You must have a good temper. Chapter 886. Su Fengnian nodded with a smile. Yoshi Plateau, Yubei Plain, Liangshi Corridor, Chilia Mountain, Longdong Longshi, Gila Mountain, and so on. There are a total of 14 places. Since Great Ancestor Gu has carefully divided the Bailiang theater of operations, I will have a clear target when I arrange my trusted generals. Then I will slowly encircle the scholars who are in charge of political affairs. Each of them will perform their own duties. With the brave soldiers guarding the border, it will not be easy for Bailiang to fall into chaos. There must be a lot of Zhao's spies and the scholars rush to the north this time. I want to see how good they are at making trouble. Bailiang has the limitations of Bailiang, but it also has the unique advantages of Bailiang. As long as there are 300,000 Iron Horse cavalry, it is enough to protect itself. Except for Liangshi Corridor, which is a rich land, the other places are not rich, and there is a problem of grain storage. The water transport in Guangdong has always been suppressed by the imperial court, but there are good generals and strong soldiers. Since ancient times, there have been many talents in the east and west rivers. Even Zhang Julu and other big shots in the imperial court are envious. To put it bluntly, even if we are hungry, we can beat the so-called soldiers outside of Bailiang until they cry for their parents. Su Xiao joked, "Oh, why do I feel that you have a little ambition to be a commander? I remember that when you were young, you always wanted to be a hero who would help when you saw injustice on the road. You have no interest in leading troops to fight." Su Fengnian calmly said, "Only when you have really walked through Jianghu, you will know that there's a limit to one's strength. Then the idea of being a hero will fade. Imagine that when the whip is used, tens of thousands of Iron Horse cavalry will swarm out. Who can stop it? Wang Xinji or Chao Changqing?" Yuan Zhuozong laughed softly and said, "If it is them, they can still stop it." Su Xiao laughed heartily. He was very gratified that this adopted son of his could talk and laugh with the eldest son of his first wife. At that time, the 6 adopted sons were all high-spirited. Not to mention Lu Qiu, or only the indifferent Yao Jian had some contact with his son, which made Su Xiao worry a lot. Among the adopted sons, Yuan Zhuozong's temperament was not inferior to Qin Jibao's. White Bear could actually bow his head. Qi Dangguo was almost willing to surrender to Fengnian, which was undoubtedly an unexpected surprise. The 2 retinues, Han Laozhan and Su Yanbing, looked at each other and smiled. In fact, the 2 of them were from the same sect as the spear immortal Wang Xiu. It was just that people only knew that Han Laozhan was Wang Xiu's junior brother and not Su Yanbing. As one of the 4 grandmasters of Jianghu, Wang Xiu was unparalleled in the northwest of the Central Plains. Not only was Han Laozhan overshadowed, but Su Yanbing, who had left the sect early to explore Jianghu, was also overshadowed. Even Su Fengnian returned to Bailiang with them this time. He learned from Han Laozhan that Su Yanbing was so outstanding that Wang Xiu, who was much older, almost had no hope of catching up with him. Wang Xiu's father had to banish and invite this disciple, who was not surnamed Wang, out of the Wang family. Su Fengnian figured out that the reason why Su Xiao dared to leave Bailiang openly and enter the hinterland of the Central Plains was not because of Han Laozhan, the Spear Immortal's junior brother, but because of the unknown Su Yanbing. When the king of Bailiang went to the capital for the last time, Su Xiao went to the imperial astronomer and met the Empress Zhao Ji. Ren Tu also brought Su Yanbing and not Han Laozhan. The group continued to travel north on the courier road. Su Xiao and Su Fengnian rode side by side. Su Xiao said softly, "Other than the protector general of Bailiang and the commander of the cavalry and infantry, the 3 positions have been settled. Lu Qiu and your second brother Yuan have already taken them. Yin Wenwan's commander of the infantry also has to be given to Great Ancestor Gu. Next, the commander of Bailiang, Daoyang and Yuling have the most power. The commander of Liangzhou has always been held by the protector general of Bailiang. The commander of Yuzhou has already been given to the ambitious Huangfu Cheng. Su Yanbing and Han Laozhan are the deputy commanders of Lingzhou. What are your plans?" Su Fengnian hesitated and said, "Yin Wenwan's side is not easy to deal with. After all, he is an old general with meritorious service. Yin Wenwan is not as old as Zhong Hongwu, and he is also smooth and slick. I plan to let Great Ancestor Gu take over Liangzhou's commander of Liangzhou from Lucio first. Wang Ji, the meritorious official who submitted his Pledge of Allegiance at Iron Gate Pass, and some of the capable generals of the Phoenix Battalion will wait for these people to gain a foothold before we can make a move on Yin Wenwan. To be honest, if Yin Wenwan understands the big picture, even if I have to bear the infamy of burning the bridge after crossing the river and have to choose between Great Ancestor Gu and Yin Wenwan, I am still willing to let Great Ancestor Gu suffer and continue to let Yin Wenwan, this old general, stabilize the border. In any case, Great Ancestor Gu already has no way out. At worst, I will personally go and apologize and be beaten and scolded. Great Ancestor Gu is a military maniac. I don't believe that he is willing to leave Bailiang and become a wine cellar and farmhouse elder. Su Xiao frowned. People like Great Ancestor Gu are stubborn and hard to tame. Aren't you afraid that he will hold a grudge? People's hearts change. If Great Ancestor Gu intentionally does not contribute, it will be an immeasurable loss to Bailiang, which urgently needs a general to stabilize the situation. Su Fengyin smiled indifferently. Speaking of buying people's hearts, I am not as capable as you. I have never expected people to bow down to me and become friends at first sight and be loyal to me from then on. That is a fool's dream. Besides, a bowl of water that is fair is not fair in itself. Yin Wenwan is a flag of the Bailiang army. This flag can fall, but if the way it falls is dishonorable, just to let Great Ancestor Gu quickly become a new leader, the gains will not make up for the losses. If Great Ancestor Gu does not even wait for this little time, then he is only destined to be a general, not a commander. Su Xiao pointed at Su Fengyin and smiled without saying anything. Su Fengyin was confused. Su Xiao could not hide anything from his son, so he spoke frankly. The last time I drank and chatted with Great Ancestor Gu, the two of us did not sleep for the whole night. In the end, Great Ancestor Gu told me that after he arrived at Bailiang, he himself did not want to rise to the top in one step and cause unnecessary turmoil for the new master, Bailiang. But he must get one of the generals of the 3 provinces, at least the general of Lingzhou, and best the general of Liangzhou. As long as you agree to this, he will serve you with his life. Oh, Great Ancestor Gu is such a courageous and fearless person, but now he has learned to weigh the pros and cons and coincides with you. You two, big and small foxes, have you been colluding since long ago? Su Fengyin laughed and said, Great Ancestor Gu is so considerate. It would not be right if I did not give him an infantry commander position in the future. Su Xiao sighed and said, Father is completely convinced of my old age. Su Fengyin said with a smile, I'm just a little clever, not good enough to be on the stage. I am far inferior to you. Su Xiao shook his head and narrowed his eyes as if he was drunk. He said, Don't comfort me. As a father, it is never a sad thing to admit that I am old because of my son. There is nothing happier than this in the world. Su Fengyin said helplessly, At noon, we drank and ate meat at the inn at the foot of the mountain, but I did not see you admit that you are old. You're already so old, and you still want to drink with me? How many times did you secretly go to the toilet? Twice or thrice? The old man looked embarrassed. The old man then said with a smile, When we go back to the border and meet that old woman who is protected by Tooba, I will rely on you to keep up appearances. Su Fengyin said calmly, Okay. Chapter 887. Ever since the miserly Gonda became the administrator, his ability to make peace was top-notch. He tried to persuade everyone to make peace and not break up. Thus, Lingzhou became more and more harmonious. Other than the Zhong family, whose roots were in Longqing County, which was a little unhappy, the rest of the families were still doing well. Moreover, old General Zhong's eldest son, Zhong Qingxin, was still the governor of Longqing County. The new noble of northern Liang, Su Beiji, was just a small soldier who was promoted 3 ranks. His position was not that high, but he continued to work for Sir Zhong. It could be seen that the Zhong family and the Su family were not at the point of falling out. However, there was a piece of news that quickly spread in the Lingzhou officialdom. The two retainers of the great general, Han Laozhan and Su Yanbing, had both become Lingzhou's deputy generals. His Royal Highness, who had returned to Beiliang after causing a ruckus in the capital, actually became Lingzhou's general. This made people feel that it was a bit inconceivable. Many retired generals were silently cursing why the crown prince did not just sit on the chair of Beiliang's protector general. Why did he extend his hand into the Lingzhou officialdom? This was not very proper. Anyways, after the new year at the border of Yuzhou, there would be a martial arts examination that was held once every 3 years. Everyone knew that the great general had already started to make arrangements for his death. According to the whispers in the Lingzhou officialdom, rather than Crown Prince Su Fengyin not being liked in Lingzhou, it was better to let Chu Lushan and Yuan Zuozong's 2 foster sons help him to become the commander at the border. Whether it was showing off or hiding in the abyss, it was fine if everyone did not see it and did not feel annoyed. No matter what, it was better than taking over the hot potato that was Lingzhou's general. The mansion of the administrator was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The doors were wide open to welcome the guest. Sir Li, who was already a rank 2 border official, was grinning from ear to ear. He treated the great general who suddenly came to the Li mansion like a bodhisattva. After obtaining the inside information that His Highness was going to become Lingzhou's general, Li Gongda talked until his mouth was dry. He finally got an old neighbor on the same street to vacate a beautiful mansion. He temporarily hung a plaque and turned it into the Lingzhou general's mansion. Lingzhou's capital had a beautiful Jinna lake. There were only a few mansions that had the qualifications to draw water into the mansion. The old owner who occupied this place used to be an old general under Beiliang cavalry commander Zhong Hongwu. Later on, he got closer to Dian Xiongzong and the other young generals under Chen Jibao. Li Gongda took advantage of this weakness and used both kindness and power to make the old general leave with his many beautiful wives and concubines. At this moment, Su Fengyin, who had just become a standard 4th-rank general, was taking a leisurely stroll in the general's mansion. Previously, he had gone to the Li mansion to show his face before leaving. He really couldn't resist the administrator's attentiveness, so he left behind Su Xiao and Yuan Zuozong, Han Laozhan, to accompany him. He brought along one of Lingzhou's deputy generals, Su Yanbing, to walk through the corridors and corridors. Of Wang Xiu's 2 junior brothers, Han Laozhan could be considered familiar with the art of war, but the martial arts maniac beside him, Su Yanbing, was just barely passable. Compared to Han Laozhan, who really wanted to take root in Lingzhou and consolidate at every step, Su Yanbing was just there to deal with unexpected situations. Moreover, Su Yanbing's personal ambitions did not lie here. Before he left the Li Manor, Su Xiao had a playful look in his eyes, saying that there was a little surprise waiting for him in the house. Su Fengyin did not have any expectations. He had seen many immortals of the Jianghu flying around. Since he had slacked off on the path of martial arts, needless to say, the secret manuals could be sold at a low price at the Tide Listening Pavilion. He also did not care about divine weapons and sharp weapons. As for women, his 2 future concubines had followed him to Beiliang, so Su Fengyin did not want to attract any emotional debt. However, when Su Fengyin suddenly saw the young girl dressed in Bei Mang's grassland woman's attire, he was somewhat stunned and pleasantly surprised. He never would have thought that it was the young girl who had great connections with the Bei Mang imperial family, Huyan Guanin. Back then, in order to save the tribe she was in, he had stopped the herd of wild bulls in the canyon. Only then did he engage in a deathmatch hunting with Tuoba Chun's son, who was favored by the heavens at the right time and place. At that time, Su Fengyin had almost lost his life to Tuoba Chunsen's lightning spear. Su Yanbing was very tactful. He went to another place to enjoy the scenery, leaving Su Fengyin alone with the girl. Su Fengyin pondered for a bit and understood. After he returned from Bei Mang, he told her everything in detail about his dangerous experience. During this time, he mentioned Huyan Guanin's Chong flute. He reckoned that it was Su Xiao who followed the vine to find the melon and brought her from Bei Mang to Lingzhou. Su Fengyin sat with her in the pavilion. He asked her in the prairie language, "Your brother Abaoji didn't come to Beiliang?" The girl with the appearance of 95, one was obviously not as melancholy and sentimental as the girls of the Central Plains. She shook her head and said with an open-minded smile, "My brother is a young eagle on the prairie. The prairie is his home. My brother also said that he must become the biggest chick on the prairie and have the most extensive and fertile pastures. In the future, he will bring our benefactor to gallop on a horse and snatch the most beautiful girl, the fiercest warhorse, and the best wine for our benefactor." Su Fingyin remembered the strong-headed child who liked to roll around in the sheepfold. He had the boldness to pick up a lamb and throw it around. He smiled and said, "He's much more ambitious than me." The young girl, whose style was between a young girl and a married woman, had a curious look on her face. She couldn't help but gently smile and ask, "Our benefactor always said that he was a scholar from Gusai Prefecture. How did he become the son of a prominent family in Beimang, the archenemy of Bailiang?" Su Fengnian leaned against a pillar and looked at the small lake in the mansion. He sighed and said, "It's probably the so-called unpredictable affairs of the world." Huyen Guanin said softly, "There was an old man who was more dignified than the biggest chick on the prairie. He ordered me to be our benefactor's maidservant in the future and serve our benefactor's basic necessities." Su Fengyin said softly, "You don't have to listen to him in the future. We Bailiang women always like to carry swords, ride horses, and draw bows. No one can restrain you. Even if you feel that this place is boring and want to go back to the prairie to see your brother, I can send someone to send you to the north." The delicate Chong flute tied to the waist of the dainty and beautiful woman was unexpectedly gloomy and speechless. The death soldier suddenly appeared outside the pavilion and said respectfully, "Your Highness, Su Beiji and Wu General Wang Ji from Dragon Eye County have come to visit." Chapter 888. For now, the Lingzhou General's mansion was nothing more than an empty shell. It was not an exaggeration to say that it had a golden exterior but a rotten interior, because this Lingzhou General's mansion was nothing more than an empty shell. Su Fengnian smiled, nodded, and said, "From now on, they don't need to report when they come here." There were smart servants in the mansion who led the way for them. Su Fengnian walked out of the pavilion to greet them. Wang Ji's father, Wang Shirtsu, was not only a former subordinate of Bailiang, but also a general of Swords Gate. He was a secret chess piece that Li Yishan had placed in Kuei Gate for many years. This father and son pair eventually played a significant role in the Battle of Iron Gate. Wang Ji was indeed a valiant general who lived up to expectations. Even when facing Han Diaosi, he dared to fight to the death. In order to stop the Man-Cat, he lost 1,000 of his 3,000 elite cavalrymen. After joining Bailiang, only half of his 2,000 personal guards were left. Last time, his performance in Longqing County was also very eye-catching. Therefore, Su Fengyin had a very good impression of him. Su Beiji was quick to adapt to the local customs. He was dressed like a scholar, even more so than the famous scholars of Jiangnan. He was elegant and graceful. Wang Ji was escorting him from the side. One was a scholar, and the other was a warrior. Huyen Guanin stood alone and timidly in the pavilion. She seemed to be out of place. Most women were like that. They were just the icing on the cake. Su Fengyin put his arm around Su Beiji's shoulder, smiled to Wang Ji, and said, "This time, General Wang, you didn't become the deputy general of Lingzhou. Do you feel angry? If you do, just say it. But I still can't give you the deputy general position." Wang Ji didn't talk about stage fright. Instead, he grinned and said, "Your Highness, we are all rough men. We know that we shouldn't take things that we didn't do. We don't have any achievements now, so we don't feel angry. If we do something great in the future, not to mention the deputy general position, we can even fight for the position of Lingzhou general. We won't hesitate." Su Fengyin smiled and nodded. He pointed at Su Yanbing, who had quietly returned to the pavilion. He introduced the new deputy general of Lingzhou, Su Yanbing. "Wang Ji, you should interact with him more in the future. General Su is one of the top martial arts masters in Bailiang. He is much more useful than hanging around me, who has no real power." Wang Ji's eyes suddenly brightened. The words, "one of the top," had more weight than the deputy general of Lingzhou. Yuan Zuozong was the third master in the Liang army after Gu Jiantang and Chen Jibao. If Su Yanbing was one of the top martial artists, he would most likely be a fierce general on the same level as the unparalleled cavalry warrior Yuan Baixiong. Wang Ji didn't dare to underestimate him. He immediately cupped his fist to the deputy general. Su Yanbing only nodded slightly in return. Su Fengyan looked at Su Beiji and asked with a smile, "Zhu Zi, are you getting along well with young Master Zhou? I heard that those beautiful concubines of his admire your talent and took turns to recommend themselves to you. They even almost fought with Ling Zhou's courtesan Belle for your affections. Now, Beiliang is spreading the news that there is a Beimeng aristocrat called Su Beiji. He is even more carefree than an immortal." Su Beiji smiled faintly. "More than enough, but far from enough. With His Highness in front of me, this little romance is nothing." Wang Ji was speechless. It was rumored that Su Beiji, who didn't have any strength of character as an official, had a close relationship with His Royal Highness. It seemed that the rumors were true. If it were someone else, they would have been drenched in sweat. Wang Ji didn't dare to treat the crown prince of Beiliang, who dared to kill the western region prince with a bottle, as a hedonistic son. Normally, when faced with Zhong Hongwu and the other elders who had fought alongside their fathers in the military, they would try their best to curry favor with them. Su Fengyan and Su Beiji sat in the pavilion. Wang Ji naturally followed Su Yanbing to guard outside the pavilion. Su Fengyan glanced at Wang Ji's burly back and retracted his gaze. He smiled and said, "This time, there are hundreds of people from the Liu family and Shangyin Academy in Qingzhou. They're all crying piteously for food. Ling Zhou's officialdom is bloated and has the most fat meat. The administrator is the peacemaker in Beiliang. He claims to be second, but no one claims to be first. It definitely can't be the bad guy. Chen Shuyang is also busy with the salt and iron industry. Why don't you take over? We can use this opportunity to streamline the positions of the generals and get rid of a large number of idle generals. We can also learn from Beiliang so that we can live up to our name in the future." Su Beiji didn't make sound. He was quite arrogant. Wang Ji, who was listening attentively, was a bit worried. Beiliang was like living with a tiger. Otherwise, the great general wouldn't have been privately called the second emperor by the imperial court. His Royal Highness was actually no different from the crown prince of a country. Although Wang Ji was careless in front of Su Fengyan, he was also meticulous and meticulous. Those seemingly crude and simple-minded generals in the historical novels were all meticulous people in the official history books. If one wanted to stay by the side of the monarch and not cut off their good fortune, they would have to be very knowledgeable. It was almost like a bottomless pit. Earlier, Wang Ji and Su Beiji had been drinking. At the time, His Royal Highness didn't kneel to the emperor in Tyne City. Su Beiji was drunk to his heart's content and drank happily. He revealed the tip of the iceberg of his knowledge. When they talked about the matter of planning for the future, just the classification of the officials, Su Beiji gave 19 types: solitary official, governing official, capable official, toad official, cat official, and corpse official. It was much more complicated than the 9 ranks of martial artists. When Wang Ji heard this, he was both dumbfounded and benefited greatly. He thought that this young Master Su had really cultivated to immortality in the government. Even Wang Ji, who had extremely high horizons, was full of admiration. Su Fengyan continued to ask, "Beiliang officials have the custom of awarding mink hats at the end of the year. Then from the end of winter to the beginning of spring, how about you, Su Beiji, give out a few hundred new mink hats of all sizes in Lingzhou?" Su Beiji asked back, "You, the general of Lingzhou, don't care, but can the administrator not care?" Su Fengyan nodded and said, "Otherwise, why would I be a general? Isn't it because I'm determined to help you block the fierce criticism? I promise you, no matter what words or people, everything will stop when it comes to me. You don't have to look or listen." Su Beiji said calmly, "Lingzhou's provincial governor is currently still held by the administrator. Can your highness give me this hat first?" Wang Ji clicked his tongue in wonder. Su Beiji was really bold. He wanted the hat of a 4th-rank official as soon as he opened his mouth, and he wanted it so righteously. If this got out, wouldn't the Liang officials who had been stuck at this threshold their entire lives be angered half to death? Hu Yin Guanyin, who had learned some of the language of Liang in this mansion, heard every word and roughly understood the meaning of this conversation. Her mouth fell open slightly as she looked at the gray-haired man. Her eyes were a little dazed. Su Fingyin stood up and smiled. "I'll give it to you now." Chapter 889. The next chapter will be in the wee hours of the morning, so it will still be rather late. Su Fingyin went alone to the mansion of the administrator in Beiliang, whose standard was only lower than that of Mount Qingliang. Now that he was familiar with the Li mansion, he didn't even need the steward to lead him to the back garden where Su Xiao and Li Gongda rested. In the courtyard, there was a shady locust tree. The officialdom in Beiliang knew that Li Gongda was fond of planting locust trees in recent years. So many locust trees from other provinces had been moved into the mansion. Planting locust trees in front of the mansion was a sign of good fortune. Li Gongda's talent and learning were not obvious. Nowadays, most of the imperial examinations were in the autumn locust tree season, and the month was also known as the locust tree yellow. It could be seen that official Li was still brooding over the fact that he had failed the imperial examinations many times in the past. Su Fingyin walked along a secluded path lined with hollyhock trees. He saw a long sandalwood couch placed under a tree. Su Xiao was drinking green ant wine alone. Li Gongda used to kneel more than sit in front of the king of Beiliang. Now that he was the administrator, he stood to the side, holding a wine jug and helping to pour wine. In other vassal states, the administrator was a first-class official with the same rank as the minister of the 6 ministries. There was no one like Li Gongda who bowed and bent his knees. Not to mention the administrator of West Shu, Sun Shiji, even the prince of Guangling, Zhao Yi, had personally visited him several times, but he had been refused the door. Just like Dai Yuzhen, the administrator of the 2 Huai Dao. She had openly bullied the prince of Huainan Zhao Yi until he couldn't breathe. From this, one could see the weight of the administrator's authority. As soon as Su Xiao saw Su Fingyin, he immediately wanted to give up the sandalwood couch. However, Su Fingyin ignored him and asked Yuan Zuozong to ask for 2 chairs from the steward of the mansion. He sat down with Li Gongda. The afternoon sun shone on his body, making him feel warm. After drinking a few cups of green ant wine, he knew that His Royal Highness had come back. However, he found that this young man who always called him uncle was not in a hurry to expose him. Therefore, Li Gongda had to sit with him and drink with him. He talked about some interesting anecdotes of Lingzhou, jesting and flattering him. He talked about how His Royal Highness had won the hearts of the people in the capital city. Whether Su Xiao believed it or not was another matter. However, it was comfortable to listen to it, and he showed a genial smile. Su Fingyin smiled and looked at it with mixed feelings. At that time, Yin Qiji and Yin Dongwu's father, Yin Jieshi, was the provincial governor of Lingzhou. His official position was about the same as Li Gongda, the provincial governor of Fengzhou, who had not been incorporated into Yuzhou at that time. Now, Yin Jieshi had betrayed Beiliang and went to Taiyan City to be a relative of the royal family. Perhaps he would become the father-in-law of the emperor in the future. Li Gongda was not bad either. He did not become an official in the capital city, but became an extreme local official. Actually, Su Fingyin was closer to Uncle Yin at that time. Uncle Li had a bad reputation. However, although both the Yin and Li families had passed the Dragon Gate, the women of the 2 families still hated this dissolute son. The female scholar, Yin Dongwu, had become the crown princess. Li Fuzhen, on the other hand, was obsessed and became a scholar from a poor family, who said that the pavilion closest to the water would enjoy the moonlight first. Su Fingyin had been friends with Li Hamlin and Yin Qi for so many years, but he did not get any good treatment from their sister. It was not that Su Fingyin had any improper thoughts towards them. It was just that back then, he was frivolous and liked to tease the young ladies of noble families. Yin Dongwu would even argue with him. Su Fingyin was even more ruthless. His harsh words and cold words were lacking, and his eyes were cold all year round. Su Fingyin lazily leaned against the back of the chair and could not help but laugh. Uncle Lee was rather open-minded towards the poor scholar who did not match his family background. Not only did he not break them apart, he even secretly paved the way and raised his status. From a poor family to an aristocratic family, and then from a minor official to a high-class official, the two matters of status and class were all settled magnanimously. He just did not know if Uncle Lee would take the opportunity to make a move again this time when the Lingzhou officialdom was turned upside down. Su Fingyan did not have the intention to make things difficult for the poor scholar. Although he had seen the scholar's face and shrewdness outside Toma Temple, and that fellow had been schemed against by Su Beiji and felt that Su Fingyan had entrusted Li Hanlin to the wrong person. But since Li Hanlin's sister was enjoying it, Su Fingyan could not be bothered to point fingers. If that poor scholar really had the ability to become an official, Su Fingyan would not mind giving him a slightly bigger mink hat. To the Bailiang, whether or not he was an honest official was not important. Whether or not he was a capable official was the key. Furthermore, that scholar might become the second Bailiang. Who dared to say that Li Fuzhen must have made a mistake? If a woman was foolish, perhaps she would have foolish fortune. When Su Fengyan saw that he had drunk to his heart's content, he looked at Li Gongda in a half-drunk state and said with a smile, "Uncle Li, do you know that there's a young man called Su Beiji in Longqing County? Although Su Beiji's official position is not high, only a secretary, subordinate to Longqing Junju, Uncle Li knows that even Longqing County's governor Zhong Qingxin is extremely respectful towards Su Beiji. Because this person is extremely knowledgeable. What is even more difficult is that he can learn and use it for himself. He is familiar with governance and is not a self-proclaimed lofty bookworm. Many times, Zhong Qingxin did not hesitate to part with his love and did his best to recommend this person to Uncle Li. If your highness did not mention it, Uncle Li would have already decided that after the beginning of spring next year, Su Beiji would be promoted to the position of Lingzhou's Minister of Education to serve as a province's Minister of Education, so that he can make the best use of his talent. The corners of Su Fengyan's mouth curled up, and he nodded. He turned to look at the old man who had been smiling and did not interrupt. Su Xiao, which official position is higher between the Counselor of Learning and Classics? Su Xiao insisted on being a hands-off boss. He raised his cup and pointed at Li Gongda. Don't ask the blind. Father is also a layman. You have to ask your Uncle Li. Li Gongda quickly said with a smile. Their ranks are similar. However, the Classics is in charge of a prefectural's governance, so the salary is slightly higher than the Counselor of Learning. Li Gongda slapped his forehead, and the sound was very crisp. This slap was definitely not light, and he had a look of realization. Look at Uncle Li's memory. Lingzhou's Classics, Yang Qianli, is not young anymore. Not long ago, he was complaining to Uncle Li that his physical strength was not good, and he had the idea of retiring and returning to his hometown. Coincidentally, Uncle Li feels that Su Beiji should not be a Counselor of Learning. Being a Classics is very good. Lingzhou's governance can only be managed by Su Beiji so that Uncle Li can be at ease. Su Fengyan poured a full cup of wine for Li Gongda and himself. After drinking it in one gulp, he said with hazy drunk eyes, Uncle Li, you don't know. When Su Beiji was tricked by me to come to Bailiang, I promised him that he would become a high-ranking official. However, as for how high is considered a high-ranking official, I don't know anything about it. What Counselor of Learning? I estimate that he would only be around 6th or 7th rank. Isn't that the same as being a county magistrate in a lower prefecture? Even if Su Beiji does not mind being a low-ranking official, since nephew had boasted, I am afraid that I will break my promise. Furthermore, I shamelessly begged Su Xiao to be Lingzhou's general to show off. If Su Beiji becomes a Classics administrator, we will see each other all the time, and I will be embarrassed to drink wine with him. Uncle Li, don't you think so? Chapter 890. Liang officials, according to the law, below grade 3, were not only split into main and secondary grades, but also into upper and lower grades. For example, although they were both grade 4, there were actually 4 grades. Capital officials and local officials, main officials, secondary officials, and lower officials. There were many mysteries hidden within. To become an official, entering the lower grade was the first Dragon Gate. Regardless of whether one was a lower grade 9 official or not, the difference between the grades was like a chasm. The next grade 4 was the second Dragon Gate that was even harder to cross. Currently, most of the so-called nobles and ministers were above grade 4. To climb to this position, one had to rely on one's family background, luck, and ability. For example, the Song family's old and young masters, the father and son, had dominated the literary world for over 20 years. Among them, the young master was only a lower grade 3 Imperial College's Right Chancellor. Thus, even though Li Gongda was gentle and humble in front of Su Xiao, a sneeze from him in Lingzhou was enough to make those county governors tremble in fear. At this moment, Li Gongda still did not have the aura of a main grade 2 official. He nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. Yes, that makes sense. Your Highness is a man of your words. So how can you go back on your words? If you want to blame someone, blame Uncle Li for not thinking it through. Currently, there is still Lingzhou Huangnam County's county governor and Fengyu County's county governor, both of which are suitable for Su Beiji. Fengyu County is the biggest county in Beiliang. It has a special rank and is comparable to a county governor. It is also not far from our Lingzhou city. Su Fengyin suddenly yawned and put down his wine cup. He stood up and said with a lazy expression, Huangnam County's county governor Song Yin is in his prime and has a good reputation. As for the county governor, although Fengyu County is the biggest county in Beiliang, it doesn't sound good. Forget it. It will be the new year in a few days, so Uncle Li doesn't need to worry about this. I'm just a general in Lingzhou. If I keep talking about Lingzhou's government affairs, I'm afraid that the next time I visit, Uncle Li won't let me eat and drink. Li Gongda slapped his thigh heavily. Su Xiao and Su Fengyin both stood up. He did not dare to sit there arrogantly, so he quickly stood up and said softly, Your Highness, since Su Beiji was launching County Governor Chao, why don't you let him be the Lingzhou County Governor? Su Fengyin smiled. Let's talk about it later. As an important advisor to the head of a province, when the provincial governor was patrolling the territory, he could bring his own horse and carriage to accompany him. That was why he was called Bi Wei, and it could be said that he lived up to his name. As long as the county governor did not make a big mistake, half of the officials would be able to successfully become the county governor. Liang had 30 provinces under the Taoism. As the county governor's candidate, county governor was also an important official with a lot of power. No one would look down on them. Su Beiji jumped from a county governor to a county governor, which was equivalent to easily crossing the second Dragon Gate in the officialdom. Even the entire Beiliang Taoism would have to raise their eyebrows. But what made Li Gongda uneasy was that His Royal Highness was still in low spirits. He looked absent-minded and easy to talk to, but this made Li Gongda, who had always been in control of the situation, feel uncertain. Su Xiao did not let Li Gongda see him off. The governor knew the essence of flattery, so he did not disturb the peace of father and son leaving the manor together. After Su Xiao went around the screen wall, he smiled. Is it your appetite or Su Beiji's appetite that is big? Is he eyeing the position of county governor that Li Gongda is unwilling to let go? Normally, Li Gongda would not be so reluctant, but now that there were less than 1,000 scholars pouring into Beiliang, most of them would stay in Lingzhou. There were many things that the governor could not say, but there were many things that were more convenient for the county governor to do. This is called a county official is not as good as the one in charge. Even if Li Gongda had not realized what was going on, with his eyesight, he would be able to quickly guess what you want. Father, let me say something more. Snakes have their ways, rats have their ways. In terms of military affairs in Beiliang, even if you make a fuss about a Huaihua general who has taken off his armor and returned to the fields, it is not a big deal. You can also be a Lingzhou general, but the circle of civil officials is big and small. They are all interconnected and even more intertwined. Just relying on fists cannot solve all the troublesome matters. This is also the root of why Father has never liked to pay attention to local politics. Officialdom is Jianghu. Everyone has no choice. Officialdom is also not Jianghu. You can't just use force to convince people. Su Fengyin laughed softly. I know the severity of the matter. Actually, the governor of Huangnam County, Song Yin, is Li Gongda's favorite student. This official position is very sincere. If Su Beiji goes to Huangnan, even if Li Gongda's student does not support him, they will not cause trouble. However, Lingzhou is a joke. I know better than anyone that the governor is waiting for Hanlin to return home in glory. This position is simply tailor-made for my son. It is reasonable for him to become the county governor of Lingzhou in the future. If it were anyone else, even if it is Su Beiji who I think highly of, they are destined to not be successful. However, to be honest, whether Hanlin goes from joining the army to Lingzhou's deputy general and then to a general, or whether he goes down the path of a county magistrate instead of a county governor, I am happy to see it happen. No matter how unreasonable I am, how can I not have some selfishness towards Hanlin? Uncle Li, you are still a little petty. Su Xiao walked forward with a hunchback and smiled. The size of the situation is not fixed. After being promoted, one's field of vision will be broadened, which may be of help. However, it is still not as good as some people's natural situation. Li Gongda became the governor not because he is very capable, but because he is suitable for this position. Speaking of which, if Li Gongda was not petty, he would not be able to reach this step today. Speaking of this, Father had to talk about his experience again. Many people might not be doing well at the moment, but you still have to be more patient. Not to mention others, just like Father, he didn't have this kind of breadth of mind from the start. Before he joined the army, he was still fighting with the street thugs every day. After he became a lieutenant, he never thought that one day he would be on the same level as those high and mighty court elders. When he begged them for soldiers, horses, money, and provisions, he still didn't have much face left. The only thing he didn't do was kneel down. The hardships I faced, even when I left Liaodong with those old brothers, Father has never said anything about it. Su Fengyan nodded. Su Xiao laughed without warning and said happily, "Just now I saw you and Li Gongda arguing over there, drinking and scheming against each other. Just thinking about it makes me happy." Su Fengyan rolled his eyes and sighed. He said self-mockingly, "In the end, I still did not get the position of Lingzhou provincial governor. I was still worried about how to meet Su Beiji. Just now, I made a solemn vow and said bold words to this fellow. In the end, in the middle of winter, I turned around and poured a basin of cold water on my head." Su Xiao laughed even more happily. "Why don't Father go to Su Beiji's place to support you?" Su Fengyan shook his head. "Forget it. You go back to Liangzhou first. I will definitely rush back to eat New Year's Eve dinner. After the New Year and before the military exam at the border, I will obediently be the Lingzhou general who scares people. When Lingzhou is over, I will return to Qingliang Mountain. It should not take long." Su Xiao nodded and walked out of the Li residence. Su Xiao said with a playful smile, "Because of you, Li Fujian, that girl is hiding behind the projector wall. She doesn't even greet me when she sees me. Won't you turn around to take a look?" Su Fengyan did not turn around. He sent Su Xiao to the carriage outside the residence and glared at him. Yuan Zuozong was riding a horse to protect him. Su Fengyan looked up and said, "Second brother Yuan, don't let Su Xiao drink too much. If he really wants to, let him drink 1 cup at most." It was rare for Yuan Zuozong to have the leisure to joke with a straight face. Wickham smiled and looked at the carriage. "Father, who should I listen to?" The old man in the carriage laughed. "You will listen to him in the future." Chapter 891. As soon as Su Xiao left, the surplus generals and captains of Lingzhou gradually gathered outside a mansion and handed over their letters to the general's gatekeeper. Most of the letters were made of expensive materials and were written in gold. One could not expect these rough men from the general's family to have any lofty and ancient style. On this street, the governor's mansion had the highest threshold. Logically speaking, it should have the most visitors, but the Lingzhou general's new mansion was full of people, which made people gasp in amazement. Inside the mansion, Su Fengyan was chatting with Su Beiji. Unexpectedly, when Su Beiji heard that he could not get an official position on Li Gongda's side, not only did he not find it strange, he even said that this was reasonable. Su Fengyan could not tell whether this fellow was praising him for being slippery or mocking him for being a fox relying on the tiger's might to get things done. However, Since Su Beiji was not in a rush to become an official of the provincial governor, Su Fingyan took advantage of the situation and waited for the news happily. The housekeeper of the mansion, Zhang Felu, was an old member of the prince's mansion that had been transferred from Mount Qingliang to Lingzhou. He was middle-aged and had a dignified appearance. In the past, His Royal Highness had spent a lot of money to buy poetry and literature. The silver had all been handled by Zhang Felu, so he was very reliable in his work. At this moment, he jogged to the door of the study with a face full of joy and reported to the heir about the bustle outside the mansion. He held a large bag of name cards and scraped off the gold powder on them. It was probably enough for him to go to Lingzhou's Tiger Hill restaurant to eat and drink. Su Fingyan waved his hand at Zhang Felu and said, "Reject all of them. Just say that I won't see a single one of them." Zhang Felu bowed and made a sound of acknowledgement. He did not have any doubts and went back the way he came. He said that the Lingzhou general would not be seeing any guests today and then directly closed the gate of the mansion. He did not even let the side gate go. It was clear that there was no room for negotiation, and this made everyone give up completely. These martial artists who were tyrannical in Lingzhou were not very dejected when the gate was closed. They had originally called their friends and came in groups to join in on the fun. Who would really hope that the Lingzhou general, who had only been there for a few days, would give them a promotion? In the end, it was the identity of Beiliang's heir that made them have no choice but to lower themselves and drink the northwest wind this time. Furthermore, there was an unwritten rule in Beiliang's officialdom. Yuzhou was mostly Yin Wenwan's, while most of Lingzhou was Zhong Hongwu's private backyard. The two sides had never interfered with each other. This group of people were mostly the old subordinates of General Huaihua. Some of the direct subordinates, who were deeply indebted to General Zhong, were not even willing to show their faces. For example, a few captains with real power under the deputy general all gathered around the stove to boil wine. They secretly cursed that this heir was too vicious. He had just destroyed General Zhong's face, and he actually did not want to stop while he was ahead. He swaggered into Lingzhou and stepped on the old general's face that had already fallen to the ground. There were no young people who were as unparticular as him. They were all filled with righteous indignation, fighting for the old general's justice. One or two captains with bad tempers immediately slammed the table and stood up. A few of the more shrewd ones also had a dark expression as they drank wine. If they were asked to rebel against the Su family, they would not dare to even if they had 100 guts. However, after being immersed in the officialdom for the past few years, they had learned a lot of tricks. They slacked off when they encountered something and were able to do it easily. Furthermore, not only were they a group of martial artists, everyone present was also related to the civil officials of Lingzhou's officialdom by marriage. These old foxes who sat behind the official's desk were well aware of the rules and regulations. They did not even need to say anything angrily for the Lingzhou officialdom to operate properly. Most importantly, no one could find fault with it. Didn't you scholars from other places come to Lingzhou to steal rice bowls? The hatred of stealing someone's official hat was far greater than the hatred of stealing someone's love. After these military officers discussed and weighed the pros and cons, they all left with sinister smiles on their faces. Beiliang had a small number of scholars, so most of them were officials from humble backgrounds. This group of people actually did not lack intelligence, naturally keen on currying favor. If the high officials could be said to be the awe-inspiring king of hell on the stage, then this group of people were the even more difficult to deal with little ghosts guarding the door. If some of these officials had brilliant methods, they could even make the officials into mere figureheads, controlling the officialdom, making their superiors become mere decorations. When Zhang Julu governed the imperial court, one of his policies was to target the shortcomings of the officials, directly viewing them as a disaster that harmed the country's throne. However, Grand Secretary Zhang was publicly acknowledged to be good at governing the country, but when it came to dealing with the officials, there was no improvement. There were also many important officials in the imperial court who criticized and ridiculed him. In particular, some of the pillars of the imperial court who came from humble backgrounds even chose to watch from the sidelines. If the imperial court, where scholars made up the majority, was still in such a state, Bailiang naturally would not be able to escape this fate. As a result, Lingzhou, which was right at the end of the year, was quickly thrown into chaos. Documents gradually piled up, gangs fought in the streets, criminals killed each other in prison. The granaries of the government either caught fire for no reason or became moldy by a few inches. All kinds of trivial matters sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Forget about those county officials who were badly battered, afraid that they would not be able to have a peaceful year. Even the administrator Li Gongda began to feel tired dealing with it. Every day, there were lower-level officials who came to complain. On the contrary, Huangnam County seemed like a crane in a flock of chickens, its political affairs large and small orderly. Longqing County was the complete opposite, its situation especially miserable, leaking air from all directions. It was rumored that Governor Zhong Qingxin personally took care of everything, busying himself to the point where he lit a lantern every night, so worried that he already had a few strands of white hair. Lingzhou's officialdom was a mess. The front of the Lingzhou General's Manor was deserted, matching the cold winter season. A carriage silently drove out of Lingzhou's capital and headed toward Huangnam County. The coachman wore a short jacket made of yellow wolf skin. The more burly he was, the more shabby he seemed. No one would believe that he was the deputy general of Lingzhou. In the carriage, other than Su Fengyan, there was also the servant girl Hu Yingguanin. These days, Su Fengyan had been reading through the records of Lingzhou's officials in detail. There were many red circles, and he did not pay much attention to this young girl, who would have made it onto the rankings if she had come to Bailiang earlier. For this trip, when Su Fengyan crossed the threshold, he decided to have Zhang Fulu call her over to follow him out of the city. He did not know if it was because she was not acclimatized to the environment, but Hu Yingguanin was not as lively as she was when she was in a difficult situation on the grasslands. Her spirit was dim, and she was not as spirited as before. Su Fengyan thought that after returning to Lingzhou, if he had the chance, he would send her to a safe and quiet place. It was better than being sick and slowly destroyed in a noble residence. Some women were either held tightly in the palm of one's hand or truly treasured. Instead, it was a waste of natural resources. Originally, if Hu Yingguanin could adapt to Bailiang, Su Fengyan would not mind keeping her by his side. It did not matter if he ate her or not. Looking at her was pleasing to the eye and was good for the eyes. Su Fengyan was not idle during this trip. He had a document on the background of a few important officials in Huangnam County. These densely packed and delicate small regular script were the painstaking efforts of the second-class servant girls in Wutongyan after working through the night. Su Fengyan, who had been with them for many years, could tell at a glance which was written by the green ants and which was written by the cucumbers. Su Fengyan rubbed the space between his eyebrows and put down the stack of letters. After going through it in his mind, he lifted the curtain. The unique cold air of the cold land hit him in the face. Su Fengyan did not put down the curtain for a long time. After leaving the city, Hu Yingguanin was a little sleepy. She curled up in the corner of the carriage, unable to endure the drowsiness. She was slightly dozing off. When the wind blew, she suddenly woke up. She quietly looked at the side of his face and bit her thin lips. Her lips were bright red and glistening, making people mistakenly think that if she bit a little harder, a few drops of blood would come out. Su Fengyan saw that she was not used to the cold and quickly put down the curtain. He smiled warmly and said, "I couldn't sleep last night, so I wandered around aimlessly. I saw a pot of impatiens by the window of your room. It's clearly past the flowering period, so how could it still bloom in such a cold weather?" Chapter 892. Hu Yingguanin blinked and said softly, "When I first entered the manor, I saw a few flowers in the corners of the manor. They didn't look like they were grown in the manor, so I gathered my courage and planted one in a small pot. I didn't know it was called a balsamine flower, nor did I know it was in bloom." Su Fengyan nodded and smiled. "It's the same as the shusher that's causing trouble for me in Bailiang. It's not a first-class product. But don't look at it just because it looks delicate. It can grow anywhere. A poor place like Bailiang is no exception. Some women who can't afford to buy rouge and face powder like to use its flower juice to paint their nails in summer and autumn. It's very eye-catching. Although this kind of thing has been criticized as a cheap product by famous scholars in Jiangnan who worship chrysanthemums and peonies, and has been given the harsh nickname of a chrysanthemum maid, I feel that regardless of whether or not she's a chrysanthemum maid, she can be used for people to admire and paint their nails. That's already the best use of her. There are a lot of them in my house. They grow all over the ground. Other famous flowers can't even be stopped by trees. However, I've never seen them bloom in winter. Presumably, it's because no one was willing to plant them in a pot and bring them back to the house that you accidentally delayed the flowering. That's right, this balsamine flower is very sturdy. My second sister gave a nickname, hot-tempered. Under the scorching sun, when the wind blows, or when you pinch it with your fingernails, the seeds will bounce far away. When I was young, every time I made my second sister angry, she would give me a black face and not say a word for days. I always liked to use my hot-tempered nature to flick her face. I'd rather have her scold me than ignore me. In the end, Su Fingyin saw Huyin Guanyin staring straight at him. Su Fingyin said awkwardly, "We didn't do anything wrong. How could I bear to scold you? Besides, I have a lot of things on hand right now and am very frustrated. It's not that I don't want to pay attention to you. I do know how to write the 4 characters anger and introspection, and my handwriting is not much worse than that of a famous calligrapher. It's a pity that I haven't been good at it, and I often take my anger out on others. You haven't seen the scene of me getting angry with my father. When I was young and ignorant, as long as something didn't go my way, I would vent my anger on him. I could even take a broom and chase him for thousands of miles. But now that I think about it, even though I was childish, I didn't feel too guilty. Who asked him to be my father, the person closest to me, right? Besides, at that time, his legs were very nimble and he ran very fast. Everyone else respectfully called him the king of Bailiang and the great general, but I called him the runaway general." Huyin Guanyin looked at him and grinned. That smile was as innocent as a child's. Huyin Guanyin lowered her eyes, not meeting his gaze. Su Fingyin saw her cowering timidly and mocked himself. Did he look like a criminal with the word pervert engraved on his forehead? He remembered that her entire tribe on the grasslands treated him like an immortal. How could he reveal his true colors so quickly? Su Fingyin collected his thoughts and lowered his head to continue picking up the letter on his knees. He quickly focused and gave Administrator Li a few days of time. It was probably because of the sudden wind and rain in Lingzhou's officialdom that Uncle Li was busy with government affairs and temporarily had no time to care about Su Beiji's promotion. Even though it was not to his liking, Su Fingyin was still willing to endure it. Back then, the Yin family had chosen a small path to escape Lingzhou. If he had not hinted to Su Xiao, Yin Jieshi might not have been able to leave Bailiang so smoothly. Su Fingyin warned himself not to be so soft-hearted in the future. Huangnam County was where Li Gongda had made his fortune. Even though Li Gongda's reputation as an official was not good, his ability to judge people was not small. It was natural for him to appoint people by favoritism. However, a few of his disciples were considered capable officials in Bailiang's officialdom. If it were not for these people helping Li Gongda gain face, Su Xiao would not have been so generous as to let Li Gongda become the administrator under one person just based on the relationship between the Li and Su families. The governor of Huangnam County, Song Yin, was one of the best. He did not have a prominent teacher and was self-taught. He was skilled in both magic and power. If it were not for the fact that he had many objections towards Su Xiao and could not help Li Gongda's other lackeys, he would not have stopped at being the governor of a county. This time, the reason why Li Gongda was so concerned and anxious was because Huangnam County was not normal. Normally, this would be a bright political achievement. However, with the new Lingzhou general and a quagmire, wouldn't Huangnam County become a dazzling bird out of the forest? His Royal Highness was not moving forward in the quagmire. What was going on with him, Song Yin, who was high up on a branch? Even if he did not make a sound, it would make people feel that he was being noisy. Li Gongda's heart ached for the Lingzhou provincial governor. He just had to act dumb. It was not a crime. He was just afraid that because of Huangnam County, he would be hated by his Royal Highness, who had walked in front of Bailiang for the first time. Su Fengnian let out a breath and narrowed his eyes in deep thought. If nothing unexpected happened, Song Yin must have received one or two well-meaning secret letters from the administrator, telling this disciple to quickly tarnish his reputation. The people under him were too good at conducting themselves. As officials, they did not even care about doing things. What a headache. Now, with Zhong Hongwu as an example, no one would be stupid enough to go head-to-head with him, the Lingzhou general. As a result, they would all use soft methods to avoid the sharp edge, which would make people feel even more disgusted. Su Beiji was also not loyal. He did not get the Lingzhou provincial governor position and returned to Longqing Prefecture to watch the show. A copper coin that was no longer in circulation in the marketplace was slowly rolling between Su Fengnian's 5 fingers. Huyan Guanin stared at the copper coin as it rolled back and forth, tediously, but she watched with great interest. It was to the point that when Su Fengnian raised his head to look at her, she did not notice. Su Fengnian put away the copper coin that the Crown Prince of Yinqi had returned to him and said softly, "Before New Year's Eve, I need to go back to Liangzhou. At that time, you can leave Lingzhou with me. Do you want to go back to the Beimang grasslands, or go to Jiangnan to take a look?" Huyan Guanin seemed to have realized something and asked, "With you?" Su Fengnian could not help but laugh. "Of course it's you alone. How can I leave?" She blinked her eyes and lowered her head again. Su Fengnian stretched out his finger and knocked her head. He laughed angrily. "The entire officialdom in Lingzhou is working together to play dirty with me. What? Are you using what you have learned? Do you believe that I will chase you off the carriage?" She raised her head. She was still silent. Su Fengnian had a flash of inspiration. He was stunned and asked softly, "You just want me to talk to you?" Huyan Guanin's beautiful face turned red. Su Fengnian held his stomach and laughed. He stretched out his hand and pinched her delicate cheeks. He then said helplessly, "Should I say that you are stupid or stupid? You're so quiet. Of course, I thought that you were not happy by my side. That's why I wanted you to go to a place where you can be happy. You have to know that on the grasslands, you dared to take the initiative to enter the tiger's mouth and ride on my body. Look at now, you are so lifeless." She was shy and wanted to say something. Su Fengnian sighed and let her sit sideways on his lap. He put one hand around her round shoulder and rested his chin on her head. He continued to flip through the letters. "This is called a saint's calmness. It is really unreasonable that I can't become a land immortal in this lifetime." The woman who was sitting sideways leaned forward, her chest squeezing one of his arms. Su Fengnian did not pay much attention to it at first. He only thought that she was uncomfortable. However, when his arm felt her restlessness, he quickly realized that it was not strange that he could not become a land immortal. Su Fengnian put the stack of letters on the ground. He only picked up one of them. His other hand slid into her collar. There was only a thin layer of satin between them. He held a ball of smooth fullness. His 5 fingers sank slightly. Huyan Guanin's head leaned back and rested on his arm that was holding the letter. Her charming eyes were like silk. She raised her head and looked at this guy. She was at a loss and faintly let out a delicate nasal sound. Su Fengnian's sanctimonious appearance made people's hair stand on end. He pretended to be calm. In order not to make a sound, the ignorant woman bit a slender finger. This natural charm was extremely alluring. Su Fengnian looked down and asked himself, "Why don't I stop thinking about becoming a land immortal today?" Chapter 893. The carriage slowly came to a stop. Su Fengnian let go of Huyan Guanin, who looked like she had been fished out of a water tank, and bent down to lift the curtain. He saw 3 riders stop by the side of the road. They did not wear any armor and were dressed in Jianghu martial arts attire. They were very clean and neat. However, unlike Jianghu martial artists, they all had a Bailiang saber at their waists. One of the young riders was particularly outstanding. His face was like jade, and there was a small but sturdy leather pouch hanging from the back of the horse. When Su Fengnian saw these familiar faces, he smiled and jumped off the carriage, stomping his feet. The weather was cold, and the ground was frozen. The road was hard, and the ground was hard. When the 3 riders saw His Royal Highness get off the carriage, they hurriedly flipped over and dismounted. Su Fengnian waved his hand, indicating that they did not need to bother with these complicated formalities. The 3 riders were all from the White Horse Righteous faction of the Phoenix Battalion. In Bailiang, they had vaguely become a small group of people with the most upright roots. Moreover, among the 3, Hong Shuwen had made a whole new level of respect during the battle at Iron Gate Pass. Wielding 2 sabers, he had killed 6 Imperial Guards and a Golden Saber Imperial bodyguard. The young rider, nicknamed His Royal Highness, was now Wang Zhi's deputy general. In name, he held the official title of Changshui Commandant. Last time, he had also shown his face at the Fish Dragon Gang in Longqing County. This time, he was transferred to the general's mansion in Lingzhou. Su Fengyin remembered that when he asked Wang Zhi for him, Wang Zhi's heart ached so much that he trembled. His expression was as if his parents had died. Su Fengyin asked Hong Shuwen for his warhorse. This Changshui commandant rode 1 horse with his fellow officers. For people, 3 riders and 1 carriage headed to Huangnam County. Su Fengyin smiled and asked, Hong Shuwen, did Ningame teach you the short halberd? Hong Shuwen, who always gave people the impression that he was a lone wolf in the desert, obediently held back a lot of his ruthlessness in front of His Royal Highness. He was actually a bit shy. He nodded and said, General Ning said that I have some talent with the halberd. When I get used to the short halberd, he will teach me the big halberd. Su Fengyin didn't deliberately use words to win people over. After chatting for a while, he urged his horse forward. When it was close to noon, they arrived at a small border town in Huangnam County. They led the horse forward. There were many New Year's Eve markets in the town, where the people of the nearby villages came to buy New Year's goods. Some county officials took the opportunity to light candles and talk about good books, helping their parents to get closer to the people. However, the people of Bailiang were valiant, so they only treated this kind of thing as a lively joke. The actions of leaving the Yang and going to other provinces and counties to embellish the official's career were also quite solemn and respectful. Those who talked about good books had to wear plain clothes. In Bailiang, there were suspicions that they were neither donkeys nor horses. Many officers who knew a little bit of literature and ink went up to the stage, and even some military officers who liked to be in the limelight rolled up their sleeves and went up to shake their heads. At this moment, Su Fengyin stood and watched from afar. Even though the inarticulate officials on the stage repeated the same old tune, they still made mistakes in their sentences. Some children with good memories who had long since memorized the words by heart started to make a fuss. When the children started to make a fuss, many adults around them also started to make a fuss. The officials lost face, so they glared and pointed their fingers, catching a man and scolding him. The man wasn't afraid of this little official's prestige and loudly cursed back. Then the man's wife also looked at him coquettishly and teased him a few times. The small official wasn't really angry, so he didn't filter his mouth and took the opportunity to tease the plump woman. However, the woman of Bailiang wasn't a thin-skinned lamb. A few bold and vulgar words made the small official's face turn red. In this kind of inappropriate noise, the rigid and pedantic talk about good books became a joyous occasion. Chapter 894. Su Fengyin looked around and had Hong Shuwen find a restaurant, as long as it was clean. After lunch, they continued toward Huangnam County. Su Fengyin had bought a large marten hat for Huyin Guanin at the last minute. It covered her forehead, brows, and eyes so that her beauty would not be too shocking. The 3 retainers, who had infiltrated Bailiang's local officialdom after leaving the Phoenix Battalion, never looked sideways, especially Hong Shuwen. From beginning to end, it was as if Huyin Guanin did not exist. Mounting their horses again, they turned from the bazaar onto a branch of a relay road. Other than the division of Bailiang's relay roads into provinces, counties, and counties on the surface, there were also a few hidden relay roads between many passes. Many of the seemingly cumbersome relay soldiers were supported with large amounts of money. If it were not for Bailiang's lack of financial resources, Su Xiao would have made a big move. At the insistence of Zhang Jiulu, the Liang Imperial Court poured their taxes into the belly of the northern border. South of Jiangnan, most of the relay roads have been reduced to varying degrees. Regarding this, Zhang Julu sternly reprimanded a few local officials who were heading to the capital. After the incident, he changed his views slightly and immediately returned to normal. In addition, compared to the relay roads, Zhang Julu wanted to personally arrest the horse administration. The Grand Secretary did not have 3 heads and 6 arms, so he really did not have the energy to personally deal with the matters of the relay roads. Furthermore, the Gu Party had controlled the Ministry of War for a full 18 years. Not only did Zhang Julu meddle with the horse administration, he also directly took away the shockingly lucrative horse administration. The entire Ministry of War had long had complaints in their hearts. As a result, the popular palm eunuch Sun Tonglu had made a trip to Bailiang and returned to the capital to talk all night about the affairs of Bailiang that he had seen with his own eyes. After he mentioned the relay roads, the emperor sank into deep thought and speechlessness for a long time. Su Fengyin did not whip his horse to gallop quickly. Bailiang's relay roads were developed under the iron hooves of the Beimang warhorses. It was a double-edged sword that could ensure that the troops, horses, and provisions could move quickly. At the same time, if the 350,000 border troops defeated the Bailiang cavalry, then they could cross the border in one spurt of energy. Without a doubt, the road to the south would be unimpeded. The reason the Zhao family had tolerated Su Shao time and time again, even turning a blind eye to the salt and iron matter and not making things too difficult for the water transport over the years, was not that they were not worried that Bailiang's door would open and bring disaster to the Central Plains. In the future, when Qin Jibao was in theft as a prince and entered Shu, it was also because they did not think that Su Fengyin would be in charge of Bailiang's armaments. The court had prepared for the worst. In case the Su family in Bailiang could not support the northwest of the Zhao family, at least there was Qin Jibao's Shu land as a second line of defense. When one reached the level of Su Shao and Zhang Julu, conspiracies and machinations actually became meaningless. In the end, the one who had power still ruled the world. Su Fengyin waved his hand at Hong Shuwen and said, "Commandant Hong, today Bailiang has an abundance of meritorious and dishonorable officials. Not to mention lieutenants and commandants. There are even generals all over the streets. If I remember correctly, Bailiang and Liang share the same law. The civil and military official ranks and dishonorable official ranks add up to as many as 74 ranks. In addition to those scattered titles, there are simply too many to count. If one day I take back all of them, or eliminate most of them, tell me, what do you think will happen to Bailiang's officialdom?" Hong Shuwen hesitated for a moment. Su Fengyin laughed and said, "There's no harm in saying it directly." Hong Shuwen said in a low voice, "Your Highness, then our Bailiang will really become a pot of porridge. If the people at the rear are not stable, those who work for the generals at the border will all have families to feed and will also not be at peace. For example, in Hong Shuwen's family, father was conferred the rank of a 6th-rank Cloud cavalry officer because of his military exploits. Second, uncle has some knowledge and was also conferred the rank of a 6th-rank Confucian scholar, which is considered not too common in Bailiang. These titles with ranks, but no official rank, are only used to give face to the elders and old brothers when they gather. If they really want to use these things to make a profit or to plunder the land, they can't do it even if they want to. If they were taken away all of a sudden, the old fellows' hearts would turn cold. Furthermore, it would be even worse than losing a few thousand taels of silver. Your Highness, I dare to speak from the bottom of my heart. This time, I heard from the elders in my family that a few thousand scholars from other places have come. They are all here to steal the old Bailiang's rice bowl. This time, when I went to the Lingzhou General's Manor from Longqing County, I also heard a lot of rumors. They are all unfavorable to your Highness." Su Fengyin nodded and said with a smile, "Many people are working together to fan the flames of evil and make the stove that is Lingzhou's officialdom very warm. I'm afraid there are still a lot of people who are conscientiously adding firewood to the stove. This year's end in Bailiang is very different from previous years. It really isn't cold at all." Hong Shuwen was a bit puzzled. His Royal Highness could still smile? Because Hong Shuwen was His Highness' close official, The local prestige of the Hong family did not join the crowd this time. They closed their doors and refused to receive guests. They did not care about disputes and were already isolated and alienated by many families who were originally on good terms with them. If he wanted Hong Shuwen to go into battle to kill the enemy, he would definitely not hesitate. Hong Shuwen always felt that men should shed their blood on the battlefield. Before he became a general that brought glory to his ancestors, he had already thought about where he would die on the battlefield. However, if he wanted to criticize the current situation, it would really be asking for his life. Since His Highness asked about this foul and disgraceful matter, this ruthless Hong who once dared to slap his concubine mother half to death in the family could only say what he wanted to say. Su Fengyan slowly said, prescribing the right medicine for the right illness has a difference in urgency. Hong Shuwen, let me tell you something first. I plan to set up 14 rank 5 captains based on the geography of Bailiang. Captains are named after the important passes in the territory. If nothing goes wrong, there will only be 3 in Lingzhou. Wang Ji will go to the Maikong mountain pass that borders western Shu to guard Laziku. As for the other 2, one will be given to Han Laozhan, who is temporarily the deputy general of Lingzhou. The remaining one will be fought over by the entire Lingzhou. I don't believe that no smart people will take the bait for such a big piece of meat. As long as you become a captain, it means that you can stand out from the large group of captains who only deal with trivial matters. It would not be an exaggeration to call you a feudal lord. As long as someone is willing to lead an internal conflict, the following matters will be much easier to handle. Originally, I wanted to give Han Laoshan's position to you. However, you don't have much military achievements. After all, Han Laozhan has Su Zhao's banner behind him. He can convince people wherever he goes, but you can't. Therefore, I will put you in the Lingzhou general's manor to accumulate experience. Although I can't use a quick and decisive method to deal with the Lingzhou officialdom, if I don't see blood at all, it won't make sense. When the time comes, I will need you. Bailiang's local captains don't have many chances to kill people, so don't treat it lightly. In the future, when I leave Lingzhou, you will most likely have to help the new provincial governor Su Beiji. I believe you know my relationship with provincial governor Su Beiji. I believe you know about my relationship with provincial governor Su. I'll say the ugly words first. If anything happens to him, you, Hong Shuwen, won't be able to compensate for that head on your shoulder. Hong Shuwen subconsciously wiped his neck and chuckled. Anyway, I will do whatever your highness says without any objections. However, can I ask your highness for a favor? Su Fengyan laughed and scolded. Why are you the same as Wang Ji? If you have something to say it quickly. Hong Shuwen said softly, Your Highness, in the future, if there is a war at the border, you can't forget about Hong Shuwen. Su Fengyan asked, 20 years ago, so many people joined the army because there was no peaceful life anywhere. They were all aiming for glory and wealth. If they took a gamble, they might be able to get an official position. However, it's different now. Why did you, Hong Shuwen, give up being a stable official and insist on risking your life at the border? Is it very impressive to have your head tied to your belt? Or do you think that you can't be a high-ranking official on the ground? As long as Hong Shuwen grinned, he was naturally sinister. Hong Shuwen is different from others. I just can't get used to living a leisurely and happy life. Especially after hanging out with your highness, I feel uncomfortable if I don't kill people for a day. I would go to the brothel to find soft and tender women to have fun with. After I'm satisfied, I would feel sick of it and couldn't help but want to break their necks. I don't think this illness can be cured, so I can only go to the border and kill people. Su Fengyan smiled and didn't comment. In a time of peace, the people slept. When they woke up, their homes were still there and people were still alive. They worked hard every day. If there were 1 or 2 good thoughts, then this was a good world. In the eyes of the people, Hong Shuwen was definitely not a good person. However, without people like Hong Shuwen and Li Hanlin, Bailiang's good world wouldn't last long.